All right, welcome back to Team of Annihilation, the last resort company. Last session was bit of a nail biter. The party had tracked down the last few cubes and made their way to the entrance of the tomb. There they encountered the Red Wizards. There was a bit of a standoff moment. Clearly, the Red Wizards were not to be trusted, and the threat of them backstabbing you the moment you got inside the shrine was highly likely. The party decided to strike first before they had the chance to jump them. It's a good job they did, because lying in wait were two more wizards using their greater invisibility and launching fireballs and globules of acid into the fray. It seemed like Zagmira, the leader of this evil cult, went down first, her body kind of melting in the background. Not only was she melting away, but so was this ominous pillar of black obsidian. And as it dissolved, you saw it sort of warping, the smoke escaping from this pillar and swirling around to form some sort of inky black portal. That's when you heard the abyssal call of some demonic horror step forth. Its bulbous belly and pig-like features stepped through, and it stretched out these disproportionate wings and seemed eager to devour any souls that had in with its sight. The Red Wizards suddenly turned their attention to both you and it, launching devastating spells covering the entire area. Most of the party got caught up in these and were going down. The party did their best to pick up the allies they could and escape. And once they had got enough distance, the demon did not let them escape. You saw the demon sort of warp and disappear into shadow and then reappear in front of the party some 120 feet through the space. There was clearly no escaping this creature. Meanwhile, whilst Igni had gone down, one of the sneaky red wizards had taken the opportunity to steal the Ring of Winter. Seems they know this artifact very well. And as he tried to make an escape, Gabe chased him, and it seemed like he was kind of cornered with not much choice but to turn on the party and unleash another devastating fireball. This one caught the already wounded party off guard, and they did not have enough countering to dispel this magic. As it flew through the air, the party just saw. I mean, I think, was it Revire was the only one who was outside of the blast. So you saw your entire party go down in this hail of smoke and fire. In the resounding crater, only the demon was left standing, and as it kind of brushed off its wounds, it was very wounded, to say the least, but it seemed like it had had enough of this. It scooped up the bodies, and including the biting into the body of Ignir, and tried to make its escape back through the portal. The Red Wizards at this point, still kind of recouping from the onslaught, decided to call a truce with you, and you gave no shits about them. You just chased in without any hesitation into the Shadow Crossing. There, you saw a kind of very strange, vague world. The others were experiencing what they believed to be their first vision, which they saw of the Well of Souls. This soulmonger supposedly consuming the souls of every living creature that died. Jason, you even had a moment to speak with Anton. He told you that this place has no escape, that there was nothing that you could do, and that he was pleased to see you, but it was almost inevitable at this point. At least you could perhaps be together in this last moment. And that's when you saw it, Jason. In the midst of the darkness, some sort of pale white creature swimming towards you against the tide of this spiraling souls. And as it opened up its jaws, Ravaya, you were busy shooting arrows into the. Oh no, you actually just flew towards it and stabbed it in the back, using your magical weapons to pierce the demonic flesh. The Nalfeshni finally perished at your hand, freeing the allies from its grasp. And as they kind of fell into the Well of Souls, that's when you perhaps heard the snapping of jaws, and all of you were scooped up in its grasp. What it is exactly, you're still not 100% sure. Jason gave you a good description, but what it is, you're not 100%. Is it an actual living creature? Unlikely. But you've heard rumors of the Bachelor, a great white crocodile beast. Perhaps it's one of the trickster gods, but there were supposedly only 9, and now a 10th one has shown up. It's all very confusing and vague at this point, but you had a vision of yourselves on a ship going down river and being attacked by a crocodile within the jungle. And this vision seemed to be almost becoming more and more real until you finally woke up out of this dream state, and your wounds are still kind of fresh. And you were told by this local tribe known as the Gleaming Fins that you were in a boat and you were attacked on the river. This seems all real. Everything you experience, the smells, the textures of the soil, seems to be real, and yet you can't shake the feeling that you just experienced death firsthand. This space, Revire, is a familiar one. The emotions of the party are evidence enough, if it wasn't for also the sour kind of dull taste to that wine that you tried. The senses are dulled, and that's a sure sign that you are in the Shadowfell. Carrick also confirmed that death was indeed your fate by casting, was it Detect Good and Evil, wasn't it?
Yes.
Revealing Carrick and Jatin to both be giving off an undeath. That aura persists in this realm all around you, but it is definitely coming from your two beings and not Ignorant and Ravana. You met with the chief known as what's his name? Varu Sivaru. No, sorry. It was Vatu Sivatu. Yes, Vatu Sivatu is the chief. He had one arm missing. He's apparently encountered the crocodile before, known as the Bachelor, and he scoffed at the idea that he could even be killed. He even seemed to be a bit offended at the idea that you could even challenge him and try to prove yourself better than him. You asked why you haven't dealt with him before, instead of dealing with the flaming fist that have also made resident here. And he said that he had ways to sate the creature and keep it at bay. And he didn't divulge any more information than that, claiming that he didn't trust outsiders, and that if you wanted more answers, you could first get the flaming fist out of his territory. There was, however, another individual who shed more light in this place. A familiar face, and yet also a not familiar face at the same time. It seemed like a being known as the what's her name? The mother of, well, the basically the shaman of this village.
Wati Sawati?
Yes, that's the one. Sati Wasati. And she had this wrinkled kind of complexion about her, and you recognized her as Sindra Sylvain, and she seemed changed. It seemed like she had these kind of more tribal trinkets over her body, and there were these fireflies forming like a halo around her as she performed some sort of weird trance-like vision And she did. It almost felt like she was being possessed by some spirit here within this land, and she began to sing a song describing the exact origin of this bachelor being. And you can reread all that if you need to. It's in the handouts. But apparently he was originally a man named Vung Si Vung, and his wife had been murdered by the chief's soldiers. Now he seeks vengeance. Some sort of power, some sort of spirit took pity on him and granted him terrible form and fearsome strength to deal justice on his enemies. As she came out of this trance, she told you guys that there is no clear route in this place. There is no one answer to your problems, and she is unsure as to why the bachelor even brought you here, or what he intends to do with you. There is, however, a place that you might find answers, and that would be the peak. What's it called? Let's just scroll back down. Basically, you've been told to go to the location on the Singer's Stone. Apparently, there are old tribal shamans who will be able to maybe shed light on the Bachelor and this land. But yeah, this recap's gone on far too long. You set out, did some wrestling with some eels, and acquired some soap that apparently cures curtains. You also encountered some strange monkeys that attacked you with vines, or maybe they were the vines. It was very hard to tell. Strange creatures in this land, to say the least. And you eventually approached the Singer's Stone, which is a large peak that kind of juts out and forms almost like a balcony over the river itself. And as you're getting closer, you can hear the voices, and it seems to be singing this kind of hakar, but it seems to be like almost like a rhyming, aggressive chant. They seem to be male voices echoing into the distance. And yes, we can scrub the squiggly. Yes, the squiggly is where you are right now. Effectively, we're approaching. Oh, after the company. Is there anything you want to do before you venture up there?
I can't remember quite where we were heading. Could we see the map, perhaps?
Yes, let's do that. Go.
I think we were just approaching the. We had just left the eel WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were.
In the red corner, Revia, using some spells for the first time in a terrifying way.
Oh god, yeah. It seems like Revia has found some sort of new power within this land. Yeah. But you saw the eel that she was wrestling just wither and die. It's like the touch of death is upon her.
I didn't want to lose to an eel.
No, who would? So, guys.
And did you say we saw people collected on this peak?
You can hear them, but from your
hear
vantage
them.
point, you can't quite see them.
So we're gonna need to get out of the boat.
For sure.
Okay.
And
well,
how long have we roughly been here? Like in this new land?
So you actually rested a day,
Okay.
didn't you? So you've been here a day, and then to travel to this,
Right.
it would have taken you about half a day.
Cool. Tarek is just musing that the puzzle cubes have probably returned back to the shrines that we had. But I'll be very impressed if they can figure out a way to get the Unk cube. So we've at least maybe slowed them a little bit, since we really that That should be pretty hard.
Hmm.
We also don't know how quickly time works in the Shadowfell versus. I'm sure it being another realm, it doesn't function as we would normally expect it to.
Well, one of us might have an idea. Ravaya?
Does time work the same here? I don't think it does.
Roll me an Arcana check. And I'll say with advantage, as this is your favored terrain? Question mark?
Sort in a way.
Yeah, it's not favored like it's your favorite place to be, but your experience is what we mean to say.
17.
Yeah, okay then. In that case, you do know time does pass differently. A realm of undeath is usually perpetually stuck. It can, however, pass normally, should the being choose to. Now why do I say the being? Because currently this place is unlike other dark shadow crossings you've been into. It feels a bit more vibrant. That could possibly be due to the actual nature of Chult itself being so wild and savage, but here it feels like something else is almost in control, perhaps. There's a sense that you were brought here, not a sense you were fallen, like, not a sense you fell or just, accidentally stumbled upon it. Kind of reminds you of another very famous dark domain, Barovia. But I won't go too much into that. Just know that usually smaller pocket dimensions within the Shadowfell can have a certain being in charge, and that they would usually be able to control the entry and exit of those within it. And that
We don't
may-
have lobby permissions.
Right. And by that virtue, it might extend to time passing as well. But it's impossible to tell without actually going back to the material plane and comparing how much time has actually passed. It's just a theory.
Should we find some answers and go for a little bit of a hike?
Okay, so as you guys hike up here, you kind of collapse the boat and fold it up. Then marching up to the natural structure, it seems like it's formed into a amphitheater of sorts. And you start to see more tribesmen. They are the Gleaming Finns. They have much more prominent tattoos, however. And as they're singing this chant, you actually see their glowing tattoos are getting kind of brighter and then dimmer as the song kind of crescendos and then lowers again. They don't seem to have noticed you either, or if they have, they're not making any sign to acknowledge you.
Yasin is at this point pretty well done with just about all of this. So he kind of like makes pretty much a beeline up there, just sort of head down, marching up the hill.
Mm. Okay, you just start towards them. You enter almost into the amphitheater proper, and the chanting is very loud in your ears at this point. You can hear them just chanting and singing, and it seems to be in Old Amurian, maybe, although it's kind of got a different dialect to it, different twang.
Can I roll anything to see if I pick up any like phrases or anything?
Yeah, I don't think you have that language, but You can roll me something like a intelligence check, just to see if you do recognize any words that you've picked up.
So 15.
Okay. You hear the word past kind of frequent, though you also recognize the word lost. And also you also recognize the word old.
You don't think they'd write it down, would you?
And as you kind of made a bit of a scene by like storming in there, one of the singers does seem to stop and turn to you. The others continue singing, but this one addresses you. And he kind of looks at you almost like he's snapping out of almost like a trance or a deep thought. And he looks at you and goes, I can I help you?
Well, that remains to be seen. Have you got a moment?
Yes. We have only got time.
I'd like to sort of gesture for him to step aside. I wouldn't want to disturb your... this.
He nods, and as he kind of steps away, his head becomes a little bit clearer. You are travelers, not from this land. What brings you to the Singer's Stone?
We were told we might be able to find some information here that will help us on our merry way.
For
Although,
the Gleaming Pins, we keep history and song. What is it you wish to learn?
that's a good question, because I've somewhat forgotten. Seems like a very long time ago that we arrived. What are we looking for here again?
We have also forgotten.
Carrick would like to cast, just that same detect evil and good, just to see if these guys are undead as well.
They are, but there is also something else which I'd like you to roll, maybe a perception check for Carrick, just because
Okay.
you've got this spell active. Natural 20. Hell yeah. Okay.
Thrillings.
There seems to be magically consecrated or desecrated. Oh, perfect. That's going to be a big tell. So, not only are these people undead, the land that they are singing upon is most definitely desecrated land. It is giving off this aura of undeath. And now maybe the singers aren't aware of it, but even their tattoos seem to carry some malignant unholiness to them. And yet the singers themselves are not showing any signs of, hostility. But you can sense that aura. The tattoos, the land at which they're singing. And it forms, with an natural 20, I'll say, it even forms into a shape. And you kind of have to step back a few steps to sort of follow the tracings of it. And it forms into a long and curving shape. And you recognize it to be that of a tail. A tail of a crocodilian-like creature. You can even make out the scales forming like tiny ley lines. The tiles of the amphitheater maybe are like literally scales of the crocodile. So if you actually have a look at the map as well, you can very clearly see it. If you step away for just a moment, this peak, this this amphitheater, this natural rock formation, has formed the very tip of that tail.
It's this. It's over here.
Oh, is it for you? Okay, it should be over here for me.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm asking.
Oh, no, you guys are over here, right?
We're here.
Yes.
And the tail.
Yes. Can you see that shape?
Uh-huh.
Cool. There you go. That's what you would see with a natural 20.
Cool.
Oh, I see it. The whole island shaped like a big bloody crocodile.
And you said it was desecrated?
Desecrated land, yes.
Desecrated.
Look, it's even got noses and eyes and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and with that, I'm continuing that roll, Carrick, because you're at a very high point. Oh my god, well done, you've drawn it out. You actually notice, as you look out to the village, that there is desecrated land there, here, every limb, including up here as well, seems to be like the concentrated areas are desecrated. The tail, the paws, the head. They seem to be focal points of this desecration. And they almost form like a dark constellation, if you will, of a crocodile. But yeah, you've got a very good overview of the map at this point.
So, who remembers exactly why we came to this point before?
They were gonna have some answers here, specifically, I think, regarding Vong Sivan. I think. Yeah. And I think there's something about tattoos. I'm not sure.
Okay. Then I would ask the lady who has stepped aside with us. Say, we're looking for any information you can give us on, well, everything here, really. Von Sivong, The Bachelor, everything.
Yes. Vong Si Vong. That name. It is so familiar. And as he said it aloud himself, the other singers trail off and stop their chant, and all of them collectively turn to stare with a perplexed expression, like they too recognize it, and yet are all having difficulty remembering. That holds meaning here. Holds meaning across this land. And yet, our songs do not remember it. Why? Yeah. He seems to have like a pained look, and Carrick, you see the tattoos give off a kind of dull pulse of desecration.
Yeah, do we Carrick kind of turns to the group, and are we looking for answers, or are we hoping to maybe just continue our journey and see what happens?
I am sorry. I wish I could give you more answers. I know it is there. Wang Si Wang. He was.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to
Like,
finish the sentence.
Carrot kind of steps closer and asks, and like reaches out both of his hands kind of towards just like halfway, like maybe a foot away still,
Hmm.
and just says, if you would let me, I could try to help you remember.
Please, yes. I have no idea why we cannot. It's been so long since we have heard that name. Or perhaps he doesn't finish
Yeah,
the sentence again.
Carrick will just kind of like put two fingers straight out in front of him, and then slowly kind of move it to his forehead, and then hold his holy symbol. But he'll cast detect thoughts.
Okay, so detecting his just emotional state, it is one of foggy confusion, and one that you would be familiar with yourself because you've experienced this memory loss when a certain spell was cast on you by Syndra Sylvain herself. She altered your memories, and as you switch between maybe mind and shift your attention to others, you sense that all of them share this similar foggy, murky memory. And as you recall,
Like,
it is curable.
Yeah. Can I just push a bit deeper?
He lets you, yeah.
Yeah.
As he does, as you do, I would actually like you to make the wisdom save. Strangely enough, he's willing, but there is something else, perhaps not.
Ugh.
Okay.
Looks like
As
an
you
18.
push deeper into his memories and his thoughts, he's trying to recall it, and he's trying to bring it to the surface. And you get the sense that you're kind of wading deeper into that murky water. And the moment you submerge yourself is when you suddenly see something thrashing towards you, the water displaced by a large creature. And that's when you see the pale scales, white, flashing teeth go towards you and snap, not at you, but at the memory that you just clasped in your hands. And that line is kind of broken, like a fishing line that you were just kind of waiting in his mind, trying to fish out the ideas and the memories, and something snapped that line shut. What was that? Did you? He looks at you kind of a bit warily. Did you do that?
I caused it, which is not quite the same thing, but I believe that was Wang Sivun.
He's in my mind.
I think he's everywhere here.
He doesn't want us to remember. He doesn't want us. He doesn't want you to know.
He might not know himself. He could be just as lost as us.
Well, there has to be someone on this island who's not going balmy. Some kind of, I don't know, a tome anywhere, a temple, an artifact, a hieroglyph on a wall, a note on a toilet. Someone's carved their name into a log. Anything?
He says, well, the land is one fraught with dangers. If you could perhaps overcome them, there may be secrets lying under the rubble, in the ruins. Yes, another one says, the old ruin. You could venture deep into there, but that is like going into the mouth of the beast.
Okay,
You
so
would
where's
surely-
this ruin?
They point over yonder to the far east. And there you see these stalagmites rising up from the river, which is very rare and very unusual to see stalagmites in the open air. Usually they're formed as being inside of a cavern, but there they stand.
Okay, well, back to the boat, I suppose. You guys, good luck with whatever it is you're doing here. And, hopefully we won't see you again.
They just sort of look a bit confused. I wish I could remember. There was only a way.
Well, I'm not that kind of wizard, I'm afraid.
What have I got? Feel like no, that's lesser restoration. Not gonna cut it.
Do you still have your
I'll
token
just
from
detect-
the chewing gum?
Detect. Oh, what was that, Revive?
Do you still have your token from the little spirity guy? The one that was letting you cast Greater Restoration?
Oh, yeah. Do we have? So which items have we lost? Like, do we still have like spell components and?
You do have your usual gear, yes. It's only your key items that were kind of lost to you, i.e. the cubes and
Cubes, the paints. Do we have the paints, or do we have the immovable rod?
yeah, you've got those.
Okay.
You weren't like stripped. Your body was picked up and taken along. So I don't know. Let's think for a second. 'Cause I remember telling you that you had your gear last time. Do you remember? I said like you had all your weapons, all your gear. It's just
Cubes are gone.
the cubes were gone. Yes, for some reason, but you don't remember them dropping from your body. They were probably stashed quite tightly as well. But the likelihood is that maybe they
And
teleport.
somewhere,
back.
and two were inborn as well. So
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, the cubes have a strange conjuration dormant in them, should they ever be removed from Omu. But yeah, for the most part, you have all your gear. Yeah, don't see why you wouldn't have the paints or the immovable rod. So they're all on your person, and that would include the natural gift you were given, the magical gift, which Revire's mentioned.
yeah, I will. Oof, that seems like a big use, but
And it's up to you.
I think we should press on. I don't think this individual, even if we could get a little bit of information out of him, knows too much.
Okay.
But you only live once, unless you die and go to the Shadowfell.
Sure.
What do you think?
I'm with you. The more time we spend dallying here, the more time we end up, well, I sort of look over at the people chanting and dancing. More likely we are to end up like that. Best be proactive.
I will pull the charm out and use it. I've got 4 charges left, and I think it takes 4 to do Greater Restoration.
Wow. Oh, okay. All right. There's some cross wires there, but if you're going to do it, then sure. You're casting Greater Restoration on the tribesman, one of the oldest ones,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, whoever seems like they're kind of in charge.
the wisest? Okay, yeah. Cool. So, Carrick, you get what you spend, it seems. As you're casting Greater Restoration, you would fully restore this one's memory. Fully. And in doing so, you also effectively remove this desecration on his tattoos. It doesn't, however, extend to the land. That is still giving off this undeathly aura. The memories flood back to him the same way you experienced your memories kind of being cleansed of those dark, murky waters. And as it floods back, you see like a flash in his eyes. His tattoo suddenly brighten to this vibrant green, and it's the greenest thing you've seen since coming here. All the kind of plant life, although it is still very vibrant and jungle-like, has actually kind of been washed out slightly of color. And it's not until you see green vibrant as this that you remember what green actually looked like properly in the daylight. And that kind of takes you aback for a second, realizing you had almost forgotten what a color even looked like. You've only been here a day and a half. And as he kind of looks around, he's like, I remember my friends. Vatu. Yes. He is here. He is everywhere, like you said. But not just metaphorically. Physically. This domain is in this land. He kind of stomps his foot onto the actual rocky ground. This is his tale. To strike at the beast means to strike at his lair. Should you wish to break entry, you'll first need to strike at which part you wish to infiltrate. He looks at you and you're probably kind of giving him some looks. I know this makes no sense now, but trust me. Where you strike the beast matters great deal.
Right. So is there some kind of secret entrance in his bunghole?
So yeah, it's a cloaca, I believe.
He'd never see it coming.
I would first pledge you to maybe strike at the tail? That way you would break the curse on this. Be warned, though. I have no idea how the land would transform if such a blow was struck. But I know it would reveal more.
So let me get this straight. We could strike and blow at the tail, and I assume that means more than just stabbing into the ground here, and thus cleanse or remove the curse on this part of the island?
Yes.
And then
Just
in
like
theory, if we did that on each part of the island, it would make our lives more difficult or harder?
You would be cornering the beast. He'd be
Right.
wounded. Retreat to his lair.
Got it.
Then you could find him.
It's always like 5 or 6 things, isn't it? Or 9 things. Isn't it? There's never just like a one thing to-do list, isn't there? Okay, how do we cleanse this land? And if it's stabbing the ground, then...
If we give it a good washing with this soap.
He looks around at the river. Impossible to tell where the beast is hiding or lurking. But he is in that river. Somewhere. Only a matter of time before you encounter him, I'm sure. If you do, you will need guile, wit, and a powerful weapon capable of piercing his hide. He thinks for a moment. Maybe. No. Maybe the creatures of forgotten past, maybe they have a way. They are forever cycling through this place. He points over to the far north. To the north you will see great many bones. It is a graveyard for many creatures that pass through this land. And there is also a being there. One of shadowy intent. Not unlike the bachelor himself, but he seems to perhaps ferry the souls of these animals into their afterlife. Perhaps he knows a way of also dealing a blow to the animal form of the bachelor. That is my only guess or suggestion. Maybe like a bone-tipped spear or...
Do you happen to have one of those handy?
I'm afraid not. We are not the warriors of old like we used to be.
And does it have to be a bone-tipped spear, or is there some kind of magical bone-tipped spear that a specific one somewhere?
I wish I could tell you more specifics. I am grasping at straws myself,
Okay.
but I know it has...
Putting a vote to the group, who says we use some of the paints to paint ourselves a bone-tipped spear?
Oh. I feel like it's going to need to be a magic spear,
You'd
but
think so, wouldn't you? But then imagine if we went all the way out of there to find a magical bone-tipped spear and got back and it could have just been any old bone.
I mean, and also anytime we're in the river at all is a time when he could jump us, so couldn't hurt to have a,
Yeah.
couldn't hurt to just use the tips there.
Yep.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
But how do you know all of this?
Because I remember. Songs passed down through ages. My ancestors would sing these tales of Vatu si Vatu. The terrible torment he has inflicted upon this land over centuries, shifting
start to
from
call him
man to beast.
Did he call himself the Bachelor?
We
'Cause it seems like
call him the Bachelor, for he
Yeah.
is the only one. There are no more
Seems like-
crocodiles left in the river.
the widow.
What if we give him wings?
The widow. You speak of his
Widower,
wife.
because he's not really a bachelor, is he?
Hmm.
Yeah. What do you know about his wife?
His
She was
wife.
killed.
She was murdered, tortured. They tried to find the source of Vatu si Vatu's blessing, his power, but they did not get the answers they sought. So they murdered her just to spite Vatu. It is unlikely whether the same spirits that enchant Vatu si Vatu gave pity to her as well. But if they did, she has not made her presence known. Perhaps she has long left this world. Or perhaps she hides away and mourns over her husband, what he has become. But I'm sure she... Sorry, go on.
I don't know when you go.
She just... All he's going to say is, I'm sure she still has part to play in Vatu si Vatu's torturous existence.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Do you know where it was that he was killed? Where him and his wife were?
He nods solemnly. Not many people go there now. But it is on a trading route. He points out to the far northeast. And he says... Oh, wait, actually. It's more like directly east. He points out to there. He says there is a blood-stained rock. Still stained to this day. It is there this heinous act took place.
Heinous.
Highness, Your Highness. That's the one, yes. Sorry, my memory's still flooding back, okay? But yes, that is where it took place. That is the site. Can you see that on the map?
Yes.
Upping it? Okay, cool. That's the one. Um, is there anything more you wish to learn?
Well, anyone else? I think I've got everything I need to know. Go find Bony Stick.
Yeah, I think if we continue our plan of going along, kind of do a little overland trek, and then we can go downriver, down along with the current.
Sure.
Then you shall go with song. And he claps his hands together, starting a beat that the others follow suit with, and they begin singing into a song about memories. And it seems like this individual is leading the song, and as he does, he's trying to coax the memories of his allies out. And they seem to be slightly remembering, but the song seems to be a little bit, what's the word? Slightly dispersed. Their song, like they're overlapping their kind of voices at some points, and it carries almost like an echoing kind of song as you guys head back down and into your. Well, it's up to you. Where do you want to go? There is a way to cross over to the other side, or you can head back the way you came. Where is your heading?
We want to head west, don't we? And then overland past that gigantic centipede that I can't see.
No, you didn't ask about that. Okay, cool. You can do that. That's a bit of a shortcut, and you can get to the North River.
And then,
Okay.
then we're going down. Yeah, that way we don't have to fight the current.
Yep, that makes sense. All right. In that case, then, you head across the land, and there is seemingly a pathway cut through the forest already for you. Makes traveling a lot easier, and it seems almost like a straight line. It does diverge in some places, and some of the paths are small, some of them are very wide. And if you'd like, you can give me a survival check, whoever's leading the party. I'm guessing Revire at this point.
I guess so. Survival.
Yeah, this is also your favorite terrain as well.
So I'll get a plus. There'll be another +5 on top of this.
Okay.
Thank
Ooh.
God.
Oh man.
11.
Damn
Fucking
it.
hell.
Oh, Revire. So
I'm just absolutely jazzed to be back. It's so distracting. Jesus.
if only you had EQ guiding you, that would have been a save. Okay, in that case then, Revire, you follow a few of these trails and more seem to fork off, and it's unclear which direction heads straight. And one of them seems larger than the others, so that must be the way, right? That must be the most traveled. And as you're following this, it's about 5 or 10 feet wide, and a lot of you are smelling the smell of like burnt soil, or maybe it's a campfire that's just been put out. It's kind of like burnt foliage, and you even start to see there are sections of the jungle in the distance that seem to be slightly steaming. It is pouring down with rain at this point as well. Perhaps it has just put out a smaller fire. But you're unsure why there's so many little tiny campfires everywhere, because more and more seem to be around you. Tiny steaming trails in the distance. And as you follow along the path, you seem to be approaching one of these steaming trails. it seems like it's actually along the path that you're following. And as you get closer, you actually see there are some smaller, burnt, dried leaves in the pathway ahead of you. They have like smaller little embers on them. Something burnt a path through the jungle.
Well, Ravaya, what do you make of any of this? Oh, there's a map.
Will be. Oh, there will be.
So, oh god.
Enough of this theatre of the mind nonsense. My ADHD rattled brain hasn't got time for any of this. I need something to look at.
Okay. So, what do? You've followed this trail long enough to realize at this point these trails are being burnt, and there is the smell of fire in the air, like burnt leaves, burning logs. You even see in the distance, you probably hear a crack as one tree just collapses, and it seems to block one of the forked paths ahead.
There is some sort of fire-producing being burning a hole through the jungle. Going that way? Or that way? I'm very sense of direction at the moment is cute.
Carrick, do you think you could roll some bones and figure out which way is the right way to go?
It'll take him. I could. Eric's kind of very much adopting like a burn him if you got him mentality. Do we want to wait or decide, or I think we kind of roughly know how far we need to go, right? Or which direction we need to get to.
You do,
right, Ravaya? Right? Of course, Ravaya couldn't get us lost here in a jungle.
No, not a jungle in the Shadowfell. I absolutely know where I'm going.
Yes.
Right.
I have complete faith.
Yeah.
Carrick cast Death Ward on Ravaya.
Cheers.
Well, it'd be a waste of time on any of us.
Yeah. Well, Ignir's still alive.
Oh, sorry. He's just so glum all the time. I thought he was already dead.
Yeah.
I get that a lot.
Yeah. Is it like double negative for Ignir's personality here?
I don't know about that. I was also going to say he's usually cold to the touch thanks to the ring, so he probably would feel like a dead body. Should have coroner.
No ring.
No ring, yeah, it's true.
Too soon.
Oof. So,
typical perception checks for traps or tripwires or punji pits or any other minor walkarounds.
Yep, go right ahead. This is the log that you saw collapse in the distance, and it is burning still. And a lot of the smoke seems to be blocking your vision, and you're unable to see what's past that fork. The other fork ahead of you seems a little bit clearer. And Carrick, you start to see something in the ground, almost like one of those kind of molehills moving across the ground towards you. You can hear the grinding of the soil, like something's just plowing through it.
That's probably not important to point out to anybody. Hey guys, there's a you know that thing we didn't talk about, that big centipede?
Oh yes, the big centipede.
On the map? That's probably not just for art.
Oh. Who'd have thunk it?
I need everyone to roll initiative. Let's do quick. There we go. And
there's no Vorn to roll initiative for. It's so sad.
Oh no, we're doing it.
no, you're not. That's funny.
Here's our muscle.
I couldn't have brought
Yeah.
him with me.
Uh-oh.
No, he's there. He would he
Precious for this world.
yeah. What without
I'm
the
too precious for this world. And yet here I am.
Let's roll for these as
course.
well. Oh yeah, they're pretty obvious. Okay, cool. Even with your 12, Jatin, you can also hear the same sound of soil being tossed and turned behind you, coming up the rear. And as soon as you turn and you're like back to back at this point, there's also a cracking of the log, and you start to see something emerge from the other side of it. As it's rearing its head, you see fire in its eyes and mouth. And the steam rising off of it is where the actual rain is evaporating on its insectoid-like body. And at the top of the initiative, it is Ignir, I believe.
Yeah, such a good use of the natural 20. So I wouldn't be able to see the one behind the log, I'm assuming, because that one's on fire. Or like the log's on fire, so like I wouldn't
Right,
be able to
yeah.
necessarily see them. So the only
Yeah,
one
it's
I
gonna
could
get some
actually
cover.
yeah, the only one I would be able to see is to the east. So I'll pop in front of our friendly wizard and launch two Eldritch Blasts at that guy.
Okay. Go right ahead. It's just reared its head out of the ground to see you. And is met with a lovely shadowy bolt to the face. Oh yeah.
You're great.
Clean
You're
hit.
great down here.
Clean hits. Good stuff. Yeah, you see the shadowy tendrils whip out and bite into the creature, just solidifying long enough to inflict a draconic bite and then disperse into smoke again.
And then I will like, does anyone know what these are? They just look angry. And I'm good.
Angry Peas. So, after you, we have two of them. Okay. So the one behind the log begins to burrow under the earth.
Good stuff.
And you do see the log almost kind of lift up just a moment and buckle, as it's definitely gone under the ground beneath the log, and you have no idea where it is now, but it's using its turn to do that for now. The one behind you skittered closer and closer, and its little legs rear up, and a huge set of mandibles strike at you, Carrick. 14 though? Misses.
Gonna hit.
Alright. You're able to block it just in time. And you can feel the heat coming off of their body is immense. It's going to end its turn. Carrick.
That looked like it was gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Carrick gets that sense.
yeah
And
it's got a powerful bite, definitely. It's as big as like a horse.
Okay. So then looking, and so I can see there's just. I get the sense that there's just three.
At the moment, yeah, you can probably pick them out.
Mhm.
There are three paths, three of these centipedes.
Okay.
They're the ones.
Yeah, I'll pull out the old faithful of a spiritual weapon. And then damage total dead at it. So spiritual weapon.
What level are you casting spiritual weapon at?
Just second level.
Second level, okay. Let me grab your spiritual weapon. Been a while since we've had it out. There we go. Is it hitting this one in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Have to clean it.
Yeah, so the book just kind of snaps onto one of the little legs, and then I will then do damage to the dead.
Oh yeah, the leg snaps clean off.
And that's 20 damage from the Toll Dead.
Damn.
Its body is then racked with the necrotic damage. You see scales kind of like rot and flake away. Its mandibles seemingly like kind of jitter and freeze up for a moment, and even its eye sockets seem to go dim slightly. It's definitely wounded, but
I was
it's
going to
still.
say to Revia, a little help.
Well, it's Jason first, though.
Good stuff. Well, we all know how this goes at this time. A bonus action blade song. And then I'm going to scooch over this way a bit. And then I'm going to hit it with something a bit new. Didn't think I'd get to try this out, but here we are in the afterlife. Tasha's Mind Whip. Watch out.
Wisdom save. It got -4 on its wisdom, so it has failed.
Beautiful. So it's taking 11 points of psychic damage. It can't take a reaction till the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets to move, an action, or a bonus action. It gets only one of the three.
Cool. So yep, slow for a turn, effectively, without the AC penalties. I like it. All right. Yeah, the mind of this creature is definitely whipped, and you can hear its pain and torment as it clatters out, letting out these kind of weird insectoid screeches. And it's going to be your turn, or you got more?
That's my turn.
Sweet. All right, Ravia.
Ugh. Nope.
Did you make that sound effect?
Yeah.
Oh. Please don't do that.
It sounds like, is that from Diablo? It sounds so weird.
I have no idea. It just came out.
With your mouth?
Right, Centipede boy. Okay. Let's just go in and start slashing.
Okay.
First round of combat and all that jazz. Sorry, I lost Colin.
Oh no,
Colin.
you really did lose Colin. Slides from your grip and lands in the mud.
I swear I'm good here, guys.
Oh boy.
I think you and the Shadow don't get along anymore.
There we go.
Hey, finally a hit. Cool. You go grab and retrieve Colin. Run back to the battlefield because he hasn't got a reaction, so you're free to go grab your sword and come back to the fight.
That extra 6 is on one of his attacks.
All right, sweet. Yeah, you find a soft bit of meat that's kind of rotted away from the spell of Carrick, and striking into it, you immediately feel your hand burning,
Ow.
and you realize it is covered in a hot magma. Or maybe it's its guts that are just literally on fire. You take 9 points of fire damage from hitting it with a melee attack. And did you hit it twice, actually?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you got 4 attacks, haven't you? Cool.
Oh god. It's a good thing you didn't hit it more.
You take an additional 5, so you've suffered 14 points of fire damage just from inflicting wounds on the creature. Slicing it open, it lets out more screeches. And you've definitely dealt it's bloodied, but that blood is on you and it's very hot.
Ow.
Anything else? You can still move away if you wanted. Not got a
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah, it doesn't have its reaction. I'm gonna get out a melee.
Okay.
Fuck this guy. gonna go hang out with Ignir.
Gotcha. Okay.
Don't bring it to me.
There's another one there.
One under the ground that's gonna pop out at ya.
This is going to have to make that dash all the way up. As it does, it almost burns a new path through the jungle for itself. And yeah, its skittering alien-like form reaches you and then fans out, kind of making itself look bigger and even more intimidating. That's going to end its turn. Ignir.
1 second, I'm just looking up one of my spells.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try something new too. I look at this wonderful creature that has just come up in front of me, and I kind of try and use the Shadowfell itself to rip the life force out of it.
Cool.
I cast Blight.
Blight.
Such a good spell.
Look at all them d8s.
Oh boy.
There are a few 8s in there as well.
Ooh, those
It
fail.
failed.
And an 8. Oh my
Or
god.
Cool, that just...
I don't need my ring.
Yeah, you've got your own patron.
Sure, buddy.
This is
What is this?
denial stage.
How wounded is this thing?
Oh, it's instantly bloodied from that.
If the target is a plant creature or a magical plant, it makes a saving throw a disadvantage and the spell deals maximum damage. Damn!
Where was this against the
Oh my god.
zombies?
Like the perfect.
The man-eaters.
Fine.
Yeah, all those man-eaters that knocked Ignir out.
That's why he took this spell, isn't it? Revenge. Never having that happen again. Alright, well, that was devastating. How does this spell manifest in your power?
So you would have watched as just like shadowy tendrils of darkness kind of like lash up out of the ground and just like tear across the creature, trying to like drain away its essence.
Yeah. Well, with that damage roll, you nearly unmade him. It is withering away more rapidly than it can screech in pain. And it's going to end your go, I think. You suddenly feel the ground around you, however, kind of crack. And before long, an eruption behind you shatters the earth. And it's almost like a little mini volcano, mini pyroclastic flow. As this thing emerges, you see it spitting fire to melt away the earth. And its body tries to coil around you and take a bite. So, Ignite. Here it comes. Ah.
The Shadowfell loves me.
It does. It takes one huge chunk out of the earth in beside your feet as you dodge out of the way. And this one on Carrick can only make an attack. Well, it'll do just that.
Bring it.
Oh. 19.
I will cast shield.
Okay.
I won for the day.
You were definitely right in that it would hurt because that shield barely buffets the blow. You see its arcane barrier sort of cracking and shattering as the bite around it clamps in. It is your go, Carrick.
Do I get the sense? With that Tasha's mind whip thing? Do I get the sense that still doesn't have its reaction, or now it has its reaction?
Is it to the start of your turn, Justin, or?
It's until the end of its turn.
Okay, so
Okay, so it's got its back.
Yeah, it shakes its head wildly, getting rid of that condition, and it just screeches in your face.
All right. Well, bonus action. whap it with the book will just continue to just chomp away at it,
All right.
just chewing through the magma lava, and yeah, and for my action. So this one hasn't been touched at all yet.
That one has. It's the one
That one
that
has. That one has.
Yeah. In the
Yeah.
fray.
Carrick's gonna say, "Go home," and cast banishment.
Huh. Banishment. Well, it failed the saving throw. And, well, the Remoraz seems to fall away into a pocket dimension. Or, well, is it from this world? Is it native to this world? Not likely.
I didn't think so.
No.
But I have to focus for a minute on it for that to happen, for it to go.
All right. In that case, then, yeah, they do. Yeah. So what you would see then is a bit of a flurry of snow as the portal you've just pushed it through closes. And there's that kind of like chill in the air. For a moment, you think Igneous kind of manifested the Ring of Winter, and you just remember, wait, he hasn't got that. What was that? What was that icy plane? Anything else, Karen?
As action, bonus action, I will not move.
Okay. Jesse.
I'm
I
going
still need a
to.
little help over here.
Which one of them is looking more beaten up?
The one that just got another book to the face.
Okay. I'm going to take a few steps back. I'm going to target that chap there. And it's not on my macros list. But don't worry, because I'm going to hit it with a thunder damage. First
There is a bit of a
level
ledge, but I'm sure with your acrobatics you can easily get up there.
Oh, that's a bad mess.
Oh yeah, great. Sorry. Yeah,
Sorry.
it just squirms and ducks underneath it.
It's kind of my turn, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yeah, as you climbed up that ledge, you're keenly aware of the actual rock. Kind of like resembles volcanic rock, like the way it's been melted and then dries back. Well, cools off rather. Revive, your go. And sorry, this guy is still visible. Yep. There you go.
I thought he was banished.
No, sorry, he is there. What am I doing? He's flickering.
Panic.
You see Carrick focusing on the.
So this guy is looking super hurt.
Yeah.
This guy
Not hurt
also-
enough.
I'm gonna be stupid and get back in melee with it, but I'm gonna punch it with inflict wounds.
Okay, go for it.
What the f- Sorry.
You got there.
Ah,
That is frustrating.
I'm
No.
rolling so shit.
The good news is it doesn't spew fiery blood all over you, but bad news is it's still very much alive. And it looks very angry. You tried to do this. Ah, that's unfortunate.
God damn it.
Well, that does use the spell slot as well.
Yeah.
Big kick in the teeth. Okay. Ignir, this creature was planning on flanking, but now its buddy has gone. It's gonna have to go at it alone. And yeah, just snaps its mandible straight towards you. Really not getting high rolls here. So yeah, you were able to easily parry and deflect this creature out of the way. It's clearly got sluggish, having to crawl all of its movement over here. It's going to end its go. Ignir.
So, and it's looking pretty rough, or
Yeah, it's definitely losing its steady.
Well, why not? One more time. Right.
My God. Terrifying.
Wait, another mite? Oh no.
Oh no, that's not
Oh,
going to do
baby.
it.
Oh. Okay. 32 damage. Jeez. So it is barely left alive after you've just almost turned it into a husk, like a little shell of its former self. And as its body kind of withers away, you see more and more of its body, its fiery innards, kind of melting away and slopping to the ground, forming a little puddle of earth, dissolved earth.
Yeah. Well, I was really hoping that was going to do a little more, so I'm just going to stand there.
Oh yeah, it's just it's barely twitching from that attack. The Remorads who's banished, does he get to make a save at the end of his turn?
It does not.
Nani?
No, it
does
doesn't. No. If I fail on my concentration at all, though.
So you're right. Okay, that's very powerful. Huh.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's the thing. So in that case, then, well, it's gonna go and attack Revise. You seem to be an easier target to hit. Carrick's magical barrier proved frustrating for him. So instead of Jules, oh, this is where I natural 20, isn't it? Like it still goes downhill for you. No, but still, 16. Oh,
AC 17.
barely misses. All right. Well, that's probably going to be the end of this encounter. You see its strike go towards you, easily able to duck and nimbly evade it, and it seems to actually start fleeing. You'd get attacks of opportunity at this point.
Do not take it.
Revive.
It's gonna hurt you.
How hurt does it look?
It's hurt enough that it doesn't want to stick around, that's for sure. Kind of, its tail between its many legs.
No, I don't want to get spicy blood
Cool.
on me.
All right, Carrick. It's getting away.
It's more than 20 feet away, or how? Wait, how far did it move?
It moved 30 feet.
30. Okay. Okay. I will do a damage toll the dead.
Will I pass a save? My God, for once.
Oh,
Yep.
damn.
Its will to live is too strong. It's out of there.
And then I don't know if I can. Nope. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. And I can't move the book. I'll move the book a bit closer to. The book will just chase it. But it's only got 20 feet of movement, so.
That's right, yeah. Okay.
Oh, my turn.
Jatin.
Interesting one.
Oh,
To
yeah, I
provide
lost
a few-
HP. Yeah. Carrick.
It might. Oh, dear.
Alright. I'll undo that for you. There you
Thank
go.
you.
Do I want to waste a spell slot on this thing? Probably not. I get within whipping distance.
Ignore too.
Did you? Yeah, you did 13 to everyone. Igmir's at 4 and... Yeah, Igmir's not taking damage. There you go.
Got you, and I hit with the whip. That's a miss. I get another one. That's a hit for 4.
4.
And then I'm going to chuck some booming damage on that. So that's 4 plus 2, so 6. And then if he moves, he's taking another 6.
Wow. Cracking whip. More like, yeah, less booming blade and more cracking whip. Tell me how you kill this Remoranis.
I go to shoo it away and be gone with you, and I aim at his leg. I kind of pull the whip back at the last minute incorrectly. It whips upwards and takes this thing's face off and go, oh, sorry.
Yeah. For its body, it's become so withered. Its armor, its shell-like armor, is now just paper mache, and the whip snaps its face straight off, leaving its headless body to slump on the ground, twitching. And fire.
Let's shoot an arrow at the one that's running away.
Mean. That's a hit. 11 points. Sticks it in the back, but it's still going. Another 7. It's being riddled with arrows. It's still crawling across the ground, trying to get away. Yeah, it's still
Okay.
alive.
Okay.
Ignir.
I guess I'll pile on and hit it with 2 Eldritch Blasts. Just trying to put it down so I don't think it comes back.
The next village we talk to is like, did you see any of our sacred creatures, our guardians of the forest?
That's just barely a hit for 1 damage. And you guys are struggling to finish this thing off, aren't you? 20 more in the tank? Damn, it should have stayed in fort. Well, it's at this point going to burrow into the ground after those 2 shots bring it to near death. Its form begins to burrow and leaves this kind of little molten tunnel in its wake. But that's going to end combat, I think, unless you really want to track it down and stab it through the ground. I don't know. Either way, you would have all the turns. It's up to you guys. That's going to end combat. You concentrating still?
Yeah, I'm concentrating.
Okay.
Anybody who tries to talk to characters is going to get just like the archer finger up, like hold it, hold.
Yeah, but I have questions, Carrick. Why won't you talk to me?
Just need to focus on something for just a minute more. Talk amongst yourselves.
Whilst you do that, I'm going to quickly be right back.
Yasin does some stretches.
There's a chance it's from the Shadowfell, so it could come back here.
Couple
But
of
I didn't
lunges.
think so. Couple lunges.
It doesn't seem very Shadowfelly.
Yeah, why are
Yeah, I think maybe we check out the one dead one.
It's odd. It's like the world has
I
stopped
guess-
responding to us.
I feel like didn't we hear that like there's beasts that come and go from this place? From other maybe like if this is kind of like a in between realm. Or maybe we just whatever like so does the bachelor just like kind of like a lich feed on souls? Or just like and it's just like if this well of souls is like this big dead like battlefield of souls just kind of going towards one area and it's just kind of opportunistically swimming around and chomping on tasty ones.
I suppose so, but then that asks a startling question about whether or not these centipede things have souls.
Right. Yeah.
Does anyone know what these are?
Roll
Like,
a Arcana check.
a certain person, a certain god entity gets back.
Ow.
15. Okay. You can tell they're some sort of monstrosity for sure. You've never seen a centipede grow this large. The fact that they're bleeding like volcanic blood is striking but also reminiscent of certain creatures you've heard of, perhaps far in more Arctic lands, where these creatures would often bury themselves through the ice using their heated bodies. You recognize the name Remoraz comes to mind. And let me show you some artwork for them, because they are striking creatures. Show players.
That's nightmare fuel for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I'm glad they're leaving us alone at least. And no time to dally, I think. So off we pop.
All right. After about a minute solid concentrating, the creature does not return. The only thing you feel, Carrick, is a slight chilly wind in the air, but that passes.
Eric kind of whispers, yeah, bon voyage. You're home now. You're free.
Good guy, Carrick. All right. So, getting back on the trail, Ravaya, would you like to make a new?
I'd like to help. I'd like to help Ravaya.
Yeah. Okay.
I can be proficient. I can become proficient in
survival.
survival.
In that case, I will allow this. The path is forked, and to determine which way leads back to the river.
There's a plus, and there's another +5 on that, so that's an 18.
Thank God. Okay, cool. The 18 reveals the north path to be the clearer. You have to kind of clamber over this smoldering log. It's kind of going out thanks to the heavy downpour of rain. But as the smoke kind of clears, you do smell a more swampy-like scent in the distance that must be a source of water. And so we go back onto the map. Go back. Over.
Aha! I am free of your constraints. Oh. I broke the meta.
Sure, we can't just like rest for an hour. I would feel
Like
very
if
good
you're-
about that.
The warlock burnt 2 blights.
They scared me.
They did look scary. I mean, you went full power and you took hardly any. I think only Revire took a few scorch marks from the blood.
Yes, I can't help but shake the feeling we might have blown our wad a bit early there.
Well, we'll see
You know,
what-
we didn't really we didn't blow our wad fighting against the red wizards right off the bat, and that didn't work out as good as it could have. So I feel it's at least it's a sure thing.
Yeah, but you took hardly any damage, so that's always a plus. As you come round and out of the jungle clearing, you see the river branching onwards, and the topography of this land changes. It's much more flat, and in the distance you can see more of a regimented tree line. It's the sure sign that someone has actually cut it back to a preferred distance. And there are smaller patches of ground that have been tilled. And there are like smaller sprouts that are attempting to grow out of the soil. But they look like meager little farming plots, if ever you've seen them.
And then, do we see on the other side of the river yet? No, that's where the outpost was with the flaming fist was.
Yeah, not yet, not within sight.
Okay.
But this land that you're traveling through right now seems to be well, walkable terrain. You can choose whether to go on river or by land in this place because it's not like you're cutting through the jungle anymore. It's an upland rice and, well, it looks like they may be trying to. I mean, you can roll a nature check if you want to figure out what they're farming or what's happened to this land.
They're farming
Yeah,
rice?
they're farming.
They have a full-blown agricultural infrastructure? I thought their mines were leaving them. Farming rice is really difficult. You have to flood a plain and then unflood it so that the plant reacts to the sudden loss of moisture.
Okay.
You can't just, like, throw rice in the ground. What's going on?
Why didn't you roll a nature check? No, you can't.
Ravana is just like stubbing her toe on everything.
As Jason's reeling off all of this information, no, you're confident it must be rice, Ravana. But Jason, you've quickly realised that you're debunking this very quickly. It's actually pepper vineyards.
I mean, have they been planted on purpose?
Do we see people?
You look for people, and there are a couple of people in the distance. They're in the fields trying to till the soil, and these farmers are giving you the side eye, it looks. And there is a smaller, what's it called? Hut, like on stilts, above the kind of soil.
I call out, "You there! How do you find the time to develop agricultural techniques, what with being dead and all?"
They stare 100-mile stare at you, Jason.
Oh, don't look at me like that. What are you going to do? Kill me?
And then they seem to almost look past you, as if they just heard your voice on the wind. They adjust their hat, their straw hat, and then seemingly go back to farming the soil. But as you look down at the said soil, this is not fertile in the slightest. These little sprouts, have you inspected them? Because if so, they look like tiny little withered fingers pushing out of the soil. They more look like a shallow grave than they do a farmland.
Is this the cloaca of the crocodile? Is this the part of the crocodile that
This is
the
indeed.
waste comes out
We
of?
are at the cloaca.
This
Yeah.
is.
You think there'd be no end of fertilizer?
Well, Ravaya, even with that one, there's one thing you do know, and that is the Shadowfell is not a plane of life. It's sad to see this, but it's likely that the people here have only lost shattered memories of their former lives and are trying to eke out that same habit here and having no fruition. The voices in the distance, which you only just now hear, seem to be shouting. And you hear a rapping against a wooden door, perhaps? And it sounds like 3 men harassing someone. Now, you can hear it as you're getting closer and closer. And they're shouting, "Get down here now!" It's in common. It's not a Choltian voice either. We're going to give you the count of 10 to come out of your little hut. Otherwise, we're going to chop down these stilts and you can rot in the mud.
Ignir, what was the leader of the Flaming Fist that we met?
One moment.
Back
You-
in point, or-
You find the source of the shouting. Sorry, what was that, Curtis?
Ian was asking what.
Niara Portier.
That's it.
Liara, yeah. Ortia, that's the one. That's the one. She was indeed the leader. But what you see before you are indeed 3 flaming fist goons, and they are armed with crossbows, and they are all waiting at the bottom of a hut that's supported by these stilts, and the door is closed, and one of the doors has actually got a crossbow bolt stuck into it. And they spot you approaching. One of them steps forward and says, "Mind your own business. Move along. It's Flaming Fist business here."
Well, Liara sent us. She thought you needed assistance.
He looks at you for a moment and hesitates. Liara. Huh? He looks back at the others for a moment, as if he should know something. And the others look back at him, kind of going, "Huh?" Shrugging. Who?
You know our commander?
Commander. My commander is back at the encampment. Why does that ring a
Yeah.
bell?
She ran all the Flaming Fist. You know, kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
A
we
little mouthy.
can't expect us to remember all the higher ups here. We're not like we're not like the Order of the Gauntlet. We don't worship anyone up above station. We just take the orders from the higher up, the one stage higher up on the ladder. That's the one. That's what I'm
And are
trying to
you
say.
under orders to be harassing these people?
We're not harassing. We're here collecting a debt that she owes us. And you hear a muffled voice from inside. They tried to shoot me. That's definitely harassing.
And what debt exactly is this? What could they possibly owe you here?
Well, it's a gambling debt. Ree up there. She owes us quite a sum.
Well,
And
I
we're
don't know if you've noticed, my man, but we're all dead, so I wonder if we could perhaps get over the little things like money.
Yeah, how much of a debt? How much of a debt is it?
They smile and look at each other. Well, we didn't say anything about money.
Lecturer skills. Got it.
No. A sum of a certain medicine. You can all roll insight checks.
My mouse is. I rolled insight.
Oh wow. Don't worry.
Damn it!
I'm poorly myself.
There we go. 23.
I rolled as Revive. Oh, actually, the rest of you guys rolled poorly as well. So only Revive is kind of seeing through this medicine in the Shadowfell. That's not going to serve you well if your body is already decaying and losing itself. But what's more likely is, well, for example, you went to alcohol the moment you got here as to ease the pain and try to remember some things, some comforts from the material plane. It's likely not medicine, but some sort of drug that they would take to sort of feel alive again, to sort of perhaps, yeah, feel again. Could be herb based, depending on the surrounding area. You're not 100% sure, but he's definitely lying. It's,
Hmm.
you see straight through that. So, if you don't mind, you're poking your nose in our business.
What exactly is this medicine?
You're not new. You're new here, aren't you?
Yes.
I can tell. Your clothes aren't as muddied. You still have a weird
Yes,
expression on your face.
I don't slur my words so much as you lot, so yes, get to it.
It helps with sleeping. It's known as a garu. Called the dreaming herb or the soul of the bird. Or, the locals call it just weird names, but all I know is put it in a pipe and it's rather pleasant. It's quite sweet.
Right. And how exactly did she run up a debt of this stuff?
Well, she and you hear they cheated me. Went to their little cabin in the jungle. They said they had a friendly game to play, but they clearly swindled me. I have nothing left after my husband died, and well, I don't even know if he is still alive. Just wandered into the jungle. He was taken probably by one of these thugs. No, we aren't into the slave trade, thank you.
Just into drugs and harassing innocent people.
Look, we just want what's rightfully ours. She lost fair and square.
Clearly not if you cheated.
What? No, we didn't cheat at all. It was a fair game, and you can roll insight again.
Sight check that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, hun.
Yeah. 19, very good.
What is that 20? Who rolled that 20?
Ignia, Carrick, he actually seems genuine at this point. He and the others are starting to back him up as well, and they say, "I've lost my fair share as well. It's the game you play. You win, you win some, you lose some." And they actually
Yeah.
seem to be telling the truth with this. That's why it's important we get it back. Because if we don't, we'll be out of a loss. And we know that she's got some in there. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gambled it all. Maybe you shouldn't be, dealing with your problems by gambling. If your husband's lost, then you should go find help. Therapy and all that. I don't know.
Sorry, is there a licensed therapist here in
A lot
wherever
of
we
flaming
are?
fist therapy.
It's not my business, right? I just want to get my sniff back, all right?
And you there, woman in the hut, would you say it was a fair game?
No.
And why is that?
They're the Flaming Fist. They've been extorting our people for weeks whilst they've been here.
Right. But
A lot of us have gone to poverty thanks to them.
Okay, but was the game fair?
No, what? The game is
So-
rigged.
Then could you describe to me how?
It's a game of bones and dice. And I
And-
swear some of those bones are cursed.
I turn to them. Are the bones cursed?
He scratches his forehead. I don't know, but
And
we got them from the boneyard,
so as to
so
avoid any ambiguity, are they in any way magically inclined, counterweighted? Are they trick bones in any way
found him in the
whatsoever?
ground, mate. Found him in the ground, carved him up into nice little ivory dice, and they roll fine. I mean, here, he chucks them to you. see for yourself if you don't mind.
I give him a little
Detect
shake.
magic on that.
Sure, you can. I'll roll a d6. Roll 3d6, and we'll see what you get.
And Carrick's going to pop a detect magic.
You can re-roll that one. You immediately see the dice as it rolls onto the one side. You suddenly see it's a little chip of the dice flakes away and tips onto a 3 instead of the 1.
My friend, your dice are loaded.
Huh?
Huh? That's what you sound like.
No, if we're all using the same dice, does it really matter?
Well, yes.
He doesn't.
I mean, she rolled the same set we did. We're going in circles here. If you don't want any part of this, I suggest you just move along. They're going to shoot me again.
Are you saying that you want some part of this?
Wait, what? No. What? Just give us a dice back, and you can be on your way. Unless you've got any Agaru, you want to... Wait, no, you don't have a clue what the stuff is. Would you like to win some?
I mean, I don't know about winning some. It sounds like it'd be quite useful. We could always, I kind of like gesture at the party, you know, make a little sort of fisticuffs kind of gesture. Just an option, just saying. I don't really know what to make of this. She got into a... dice was loaded, so I'd say fair enough, the game's off. And frankly, this all seems to be a little bit beneath our concern right now because, again, my life is literally slipping through my fingers, and the love of my life is spinning around an immortal, soul-sucking death drain. So I frankly don't care about what these people are smoking, and we should just go.
I'll say in Elvish, didn't Vatu Sivatu want us to get rid of the Flaming Fist?
He
He did, yeah.
But we're also not 100% convinced that he has good intentions either.
Right.
And we
Right.
don't really want to keep getting mixed up in everyone's business, like Justin
That's
said.
true.
You two are, unfortunately, but let's push on.
Maybe
Alright.
we should give her a day to find some, and then come back tomorrow.
Give her a day, like here in this place.
Yeah.
It's weeks. But what do you think? Can you sniff some more out? The stuff's hard to find, you see. Usually, traditional sniffers, they bargain with some weird bird spirits, or like, I don't know, talk to some plants. I mean, one of them says, I've even seen one of them actually sniffing trunks of trees. Hilarious. And you hear it has shout back. Yes, some of us have learned to ride the bird soul into the ether, but that stuff, it only masks the stench of this place. Like a perfume. It's gonna wear off, and you're back to this withered existence. You're better off using it for some more, like, I don't know, constructive uses. Prophecy or fate. Maybe we can change our fates here.
Carrick will perk up at the mention that it can affect fate. And he's going to channel divinity, read thoughts on the lead flaming fist guy.
Wish these lot would bugger off. Why did she have to open her mouth? They were this close to leaving. Is basically what he's thinking.
I'll just end it. Oh, I'll do the one. I'm doing the one where I can get a suggestion out of it.
Oh, okay. Do they make a save then? Yeah.
Yeah, wisdom.
Okay. All right. Ooh,
Damn it.
19. Sorry. Yeah, not bad.
Raya,
Yeah, I don't know how to select it.
All right.
stop messing. Stop.
Yeah, they resist this effect to read his thoughts and then effectively change his course of action.
Okay.
We don't care about your mumbo jumbo fortune telling. We just
My religion. That's my religion you're talking about.
religion. Right. Boys, let's chop this stilt down. Yeah, you see one of them brandish a hand axe and start to go towards. Time to a victor. And they go to start chopping down the hut.
I'm not entirely happy with them chopping down the hut, so intervene or...
Yeah, intervene.
Let's go.
I'm going
Alright.
to try one last thing. Excuse
Okay.
me, flaming fist soldier.
Yes.
So, I can kill you with my brain. Quite easily. I was wondering if you would be willing to give this woman 24 hours with which to dig up some of this herb she owes you, and then we go from there. No one's house needs to be cut down. Your alternative to this offer is the aforementioned brain killing.
Roll me an intimidation check.
There it is.
We gave her 24 hours, and then one of them speaks up, and then another 24 hours after that. And then the
that
third
actually
one
seems
says-
fair enough, if you ask me.
We're done waiting. Chop it down. And you see them.
Wouldn't it make more sense to chop the door down instead of the stilts?
We want to have a tumble out, like a little present out of the door.
Why waste
And
good
if
stilts?
if she starts hearing the chopping, she's gonna want to come out. It's an effective strategy. Don't question it.
You do this a lot.
Why are we even still talking? And they begin hacking at the stilts to the hut. Also, she pulled the ladder up when she closed the door, so there's that too.
I see.
Yeah. They are.
I feel
Yeah,
bad about
something.
this, but
Yeah.
are we walking away? Or... what a crazy place. I would like some of those herbs for us.
They've kind of, it's kind of fair enough as far as I'm concerned. They gave her a load of
The
warning.
prophecies are real. It's not mumbo jumbo. The
Double
fortune
for
teller
nothing.
told me there will be a
Double-
jeweled egg in the treasury. So and so will have a caged cockatoo. The beast will be harried by a flock of crows. She's just spouting these fortunes.
Does that sound like legit to anyone, Carrick? This is kind of your thing. It just sounds like flim flam to me.
I heard that prophecy, but I don't get out much.
Does it sound like a prophecy?
It's not a very good one. If it is, it doesn't.
They did give her a lot of warning.
Yeah, that seems fair. That seems fair enough.
And the dice are loaded though, so that's a con.
Yeah.
But they're loaded for everyone.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but
That's not really
Yeah,
the
what's
point
this-
of dice though, is it? Okay, how about this? One last round, winner takes all. We use fresh, unloaded die, and that way we'll know whose side fate is really on.
They stop chopping, and for a second turn around. Oh, and you just so happen to have a ready set of dice on you, yeah?
Anyone?
Didn't think so. See, that's why we carved the ivory out.
We are very powerful and have the ability to make dice.
Yes.
Make dice
Yes.
out of what?
Yeah,
Oh, Earth, or we can paint some with magical paint.
paint.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And magical paint's going to be less tilted than the magical bones we found.
If we paint it right, yes.
Yeah. Are we still holding these bones? I haven't given them back.
You did ask for them back.
I don't. I think I've held on to them.
No, what? God. Magical paint, boys.
Or I can just make some out of the Earth.
Yeah.
Roll a persuasion check then Justin.
It'd be great to have some help on this.
Is anyone else adding to this?
Not persuasive. Just look over at Boy Stance Ignir.
I am not getting involved.
Okay, well,
Okay.
best of luck. Nope, there we go. Fuck it, let's just kill them.
Go out.
He says, look, I fail to see how making dice out of magic is going to be less, less magical than the dice I made. You need,
You made these? Oh, right, from the bones.
yeah,
Right, I was.
carved them from the ivory. Big old tusk.
Yeah, we need
Where
to
did these
head
bones
anyway.
come from?
The bone graveyard.
We need to
over
go.
there. They point to the northeast. Can I have my dice back?
This is a silly place.
Silly.
This is a really silly place, Camelot.
Do you hand the dice back?
No, I think he gave them to me.
Yeah. I was just showing you them.
You said, "Here, look at."
Have a
Take
look
my
at
dice?
what I made.
I thought you said have them. I didn't hear the look part.
He just gives you this exasperated look.
What is our intimidating prowess something that is annoying you as you
No,
intimidate
it's
somebody
just a
else to do
hassle.
something?
It's just a hassle because there's plenty more bones. We can go make more.
It's almost like somebody could go find more roots or whatever you're smoking.
They're hard to find. I mentioned you need traditional sniffers to find them.
Well, here's a question. She's a sniffer, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
So surely she's more useful on the side than she is spilled out all over the ground.
They look at each other for a moment. They kind of start itching. Yeah, but kind of need that fix right about now, see. But you make a point. You suggesting community service then to pay it off?
Yeah, something like that. Cool. Call it community service. Sure.
And how do we know that she's not just gonna evade us once again?
You there, do you plan on invading these men?
I plan on evading their arrows, yes, but if they give me one more chance, I'll go get some. I know what it smells like. It's like rain-laden wind, like clove wine,
Okay.
like
and
a
then
lover, like a
we'll-
lover you do.
Yes, that's fine and a bit weird, really. But so here's how this is going to work. She gets one more chance. She's going to go out and she's going to get you some stuff. Now we are acting as the escrow account in this deal. We are the arbiters. We will come back, and if indeed she has run away again, we will track her down on your behalf. How's that? And likewise, if we come back and it turns out you've shot at her again, then we'll track you down on her behalf.
Hmm.
A neutral third party. That way, no one needs to get hurt, and then if anyone needs to get hurt, we'll be the ones getting the job done.
They stow away their crossbows and put their arms out as if to say they're not posing any threat. And they say, all right, I can't argue with that. And we could use some help around here. Extra muscle. You look like the fighting type.
Oh yes, we're in a bit of a hurry though, so it kind of depends on what you're looking for, but more than happy to help, generally.
All right, well, there is a bit of a problem, but we'll deal with that in a sec, because we're going to head back there. Come out. We're not going to shoot you. Cross my empty little heart. And you see the door open just a crack. And it opens up further. And you start to see just a few strands of pale blonde hair. And she then suddenly closes the door again. One of you still got a crossbow. You turn. Yeah, put it away. Put it away. For God's sake. All right, there. You can come out, and you do start to see the door open much wider this time, and it's dark in the hut. There doesn't seem that there's much light in there, but you do start to see a young, pale complexion, and the face is soft-skinned. Doesn't look like she's seen much sunlight at all. In fact,
Oh
it
shit!
has a guess.
Is it?
It has
is
a
it-
guess.
Did she have pointy ears?
She has got pointy ears. Yes.
God.
actually, as it happens.
Time to go.
And yeah, you see the form, an elvish form of Valindra Shadowmantle.
Oh man.
Yeah, should have let them chop the house down.
And she looks around at the lot of you, stares down, and goes, "Huh? Wait a second. Do I know you?"
Nope, not at all. We're leaving.
Yeah, we're new
Okay,
here.
bye.
Good luck. Well, goodbye.
No. Wait. I just wanted to thank you, at the very least.
Oh, don't worry about it.
It's okay.
Absolutely nothing
Yeah,
to
our
worry
pleasure. Just good Samaritans.
Hmm. She sees you, Revire, and says in Elvish, Aliandel Warath. She says, "You do know me, don't you? You know my real name." That's what she says.
Hables no
Very,
inglés.
very briefly. I think we might have walked past each other at one point. Did that little stranger nod to one another? I mean, we didn't know each other well. It's totally fine. I'm gonna go. You go find some roots, okay?
I feel like you were lost for words when we last saw you.
Lost for words. Yes. That
Shit.
does ring a bell. Her memory is starting to come back at the sign of that, but it's still very hazy and foggy. That's right. Our conversation was cut short. Where is she? Trying to find a damn
Face?
token for the love of God. But are you guys actually heading away from her? That's the question.
Oh, at the speed of light, Roy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Found her. Okay, in that case, she sees you all kind of like wandering off in the distance. We'll catch up then, shall we?
No, thank you.
Totally another time.
You're welcome again for helping you.
And yeah, you just see she kind of gives a small wave and a slight smirk to her face. Said, yeah. Seems to say farewell under her breath, but you're probably too far at this point to hear him. To hear her.
Oh, don't worry. Give her a good night's sleep
Yeah.
and she'll have forgotten all about it.
Yeah. She can handle herself. And then,
Okay.
oh man.
We'll take a quick break there, actually, as it happens, and you're heading towards the little encampment. But as you're approaching, they're kind of overviewing their little trade here, and there's a strange stench in the air, and even the flaming fists look at each other, and you can smell that. Oh, sounds like something rotting. We'll come back to that in a bit. So we'll go to a break. And welcome back. So, players have just encountered an old acquaintance of theirs,
Best
Belinda
friend.
Shadowmantle, the previous lich that they slew in the heart of Ubteo,
At level 4.
unknowingly that it was actually a lich. But there we have it. She seems to have been swallowed by the Bachelor as well, and has ended up in this dark domain. She seems to have some memory of you, flickers of it. Carrick perhaps even helping just a little bit by nudging one or two memories, but you've moved on and followed these flaming fists back to their little compound. And as you do arrive, you can definitely smell something stinks in this swamp. There we go. And let me grab these two. They look Toltean, but they're probably from Baldur's Gate. So, it was 3 of them, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeet. Okay, cool. So yeah, you're following the pathway, and it gets very muddy around here. The ground gives way to smaller little rivers, embankments, and just potholes of muddy water. And they say just through here, our little hut, a little cabin, but it doesn't smell right. Hey, look back. You coming?
Are we heading back to the cabin?
Well, if you want to rest up, you're more than welcome.
Oh, got you. Yes, that cabin. Sorry. You scared me for a second.
He's getting pretty late after all. And to be fair, yeah, at this point you've probably been going 3/4 of the day. This is the last leg of the day probably. And the sun, as it dims and lowers down over over the horizon, creates stretching shadows of all these trees, and they almost feel like long fingertips. The shadows kind of grasping around you, choking you in this world, and draining you of your energy. Jackson and Carrick especially feel the fatigue washing over you in thrumming waves. Steals your breath, makes you drowsy.
I'll hang back then.
Yeah, I'll hang for the Assen.
Revi, you still feel a weight on you as well as Ignir, but you're starting to get maybe a little bit used to it. But you'll be glad maybe once you let your feet off the ground, i.e. having a smaller rest. What the hell? What happened here? There's a sight before you, a smashed up wagon, the contents of which have been spilled out into the lake. There is a body face down in the river. Is he dead? They rush over to their comrade to see if he's even still alive. What the? He looks around. Where are the others? And you hear a voice from inside the cabin that shouts, "Who's there? Stay away! Stay back!"
You know these people?
It's us! Ludo? Are you in there? Don't come any closer! We'll shoot! Ludo? Not Ludo. They took Ludo. They snatched him. Who snatched him? Open this door! They see that they can tell the door is definitely barred and locked. Oh man, they're hysterical.
The chap in the river here. Is he actually there, or is he just a map feature?
Yeah, no, he's the body face down in the river.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You know this chap, gentleman?
Yeah, we do. That's Sten. I think it's Sten. What happened to him? He looks emaciated. The other kind of flaming fist says, don't touch him yet. Don't go near it. And you hear the voices inside. They're clearly spooked, whatever's going on. They kind of, you can hear their whimpering. Going around the outside, there isn't any obvious windows or other entrances in there. You can hear their whimpering from around the back as well.
Okay.
How many does it sound like?
I'd like to check out the. I know he said like don't touch him, but I'm gonna go look at the body that's in the river.
Yeah, you can do. As you're kind of going around, Jasin, you hear them shout, "It's back! It's stalking us! Yeah, it's surrounded us." They seem
And
terrified.
what is it exactly?
It's the man with the red eyes, the amber eyes. He came. He snatched Ludo. He'll come back for us.
Righty ho.
Did he have white hair? Was he very pale?
Didn't get a look at him. He was too quick. He blended in with the trees.
Did he come from the water or the trees?
One of them says, "Yes, the water," and the other one says, "Yeah, the trees, the trees." No, they sort of stumble and mumble over their words. It's everywhere.
Right.
So inspecting the body, Carrick.
Some
Okay.
check here.
Yep.
Would that be investigate? It does matter.
Yes, either a medicine investigation, depends what you're looking for.
I'll do medicine to see like cause of death.
Okay. Yep. Cause of death. As one of them mentioned, the emaciation, you kind of check for that first of all. Doesn't look like he could have, but there's some signs there that mean he could have. He could have starved to death by the looks. Which is unusual because right in the wagon, right there, is ample supplies, food stores, sacks of, of food. So there's a couple of tools as well.
Like he could have like starved really quickly.
That's a possibility, yeah. Very rapidly. If he just refused to start eating, it would still take days for him to starve. But this sounds very recent, especially with the men still locked up inside. They would have at least seen to his body. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's drowned, although his body is perhaps starting to bloat a little bit. You can see that the texture on his skin is going all kind of like prune-like.
I was curious what happens when you die in the Shadowfell.
Oh, no point thinking about that. I go to Jason sort of like quickly and distractedly hurries off to the door and starts rapping on it. Come on, lads. Enough nonsense now. Open up.
We're not taking the chance. We're not taking it. As soon as we open, it could be you. It could be it. It could be just impersonating us. Someone.
Does anyone
Be all of us? There's 6, 7 of us out here.
He came back with allies. Then. Ah!
You, good men of the Flaming Fisters or whatever you are. This door is no match for your gigantic muscles, of course.
Yeah. My bloody.
You're gonna chop down a whole house.
Yeah. Look. If that's who I think it is, then you're gonna give us a hard time, aren't you, Terry? We got one good lock on this door. I don't want to have to break. Fine. There's no response, so he's going to try and kick the door down. Wow, natural 20. Yeah, sure enough. This guy just boots this thing right off its hinges, shattering the wood. There are two cowering men in the corner, and at the shock of this door flying on its hinges, one of them lets loose a bolt towards his own ally. I'll say, oh, flip now. You see this bolt whiz past his head, and straight past you, Revi, in between you, Carrick, and Ignis, sinks into the mud behind you guys. He turns around. I
Missed.
old as balls. Put that thing down. He
It's a very good way to turn allies into enemies.
Calm down. It's us. Their breathing kind of starts to normalize. Yeah, now lower that crossbow. It's the second time I've had to ask people to put their weapons away today. He enters into the room carefully. Bloody hell. He used every bit of wood in here to try and barricade that. And it still wasn't enough. They still cower in the corner.
Tell us about the thing that attacked you.
It had a human form, but it didn't move like human. It had amber eyes. It came from the river. And then the other one says, I saw it come from the trees. We all scattered different directions. I guess that's probably why. We saw it coming from different ways. And then we heard Ludo scream. Didn't kill him. He clawed and scratched. He got dragged away. Then, old Sten, out there, he tried to get away as well. We locked ourselves. Well, we locked ourselves in, but he didn't want to stay. He thought the thing was coming back, so he started to get the wagon. And as he was pulling away, we heard a scream, and then a gasp, and then a splash. We
Was
didn't
Sten,
dare.
was Sten a pretty hungry lad?
No, Sten was pretty bulked up. He was one of the strongest of us. Why? What's happened?
He's looking. He's a shadow of his former self. Then
He goes towards the door to leave and inspect what you're talking about, and the other flaming fist grabs him by the chainmail and drags him back. And they seem to suddenly remember not to go outside. Like, oh, are you crazy? We both agreed we weren't going out for nothing. We're not going out there for nothing until this thing's dealt with. We've got rations. We can stay here for days. Well, we just blew the bloody doors off, so we ain't got much security.
I'd like to just look about the place and see if there's any indicators around the place if there might be some other source of their madness.
Yeah, sure. Roll me an investigation check.
19.
So you rummage through some things. There's a set of scales. There's also an abacus that you kind of set back up on the table, and looks like there's a small pouch that's open and laden across the table, and there's a pipe that is still slightly smoking. Like it's not like it's properly lit, but there's a scent coming from it that's indicative of being recently lit.
You gentlemen been on the reefer?
The uh, the Agaru, yeah, we've had some, but that's a calming stuff normally. Well, one of us has had a bad trip now and then, but that's usually because it's been contaminated by some other thing in the swamp.
Revi, you're all
People
about
say
that
it's not
shadow. You're all about that Shadowfell life. You have any experience with this stuff?
With the drug?
It definitely looks like yeah, they put it into an incense-like form and smoked it. You can roll me a nature check to see, now that you've got the actual material in hand, see what kind of herb this might be and what side effects it might induce.
Don't know a lot about drugs.
No, you've stayed clear of the stuff. Good girl.
It's not habit forming.
No, but let's have a closer look. Okay.
I'd like to. If is there a bunch there, or just like a
Yeah.
couple, little bit?
Yeah, there's
I'd like to.
a pouch.
I'd like to be. Yeah, I like that. I'd like to kind of grab it. Not grab it, but like pick it up and inspect it after whoever's done looking at it.
Okay, cool. So the substance seems to be made of like a ground down bark. It's like tiny little flakes of the stuff. And there's also a number of different little seeds as well scattered on the table. And there's a sweet smell coming from it as well. In the room, it's all around you. And it's just like Valindra described. A rain-laden wind, to you, Revi, it smells like a clove wine. To you, Carrot, it smells more like... smells like maybe an enchanting, like, powder. Something that you would use to maybe power up a magical item. Yeah. Something to, like, restore charges to a magical device.
Very cool.
And as you're smelling it, does, of course, seem to have a different effect on the user, which might explain why some people have had bad trips and some haven't. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Carrick, it smells like the ether. You've kind of had this scent, like when perhaps you've been on one of the ships that sails the Astral Sea, and the equivalent of that salty sea breeze is this. It's more like this dream stuff, this twilight dust that's full of like possibility and memory.
Limbo Academy field trip, sophomore year.
Exactly, yeah. All aboard the magic school bus. And to Jason, it might smell like fresh books, like when you get one of those brand new books and you crack the spine.
That is odd. So,
This is in line with what I was saying. This is the problem we've been having. We knew something was out there.
all of your troops are drugged up psychos.
That too. They still seem to be cowering in a state of fear. They refuse to leave this little corner.
Well,
Which way did you see it go? They shrug.
Did you see anything on it? Any item or anything of note?
We heard the rattling of bones, and
Okay.
that's about it.
Well, we kind of know where we need to go for bones, but maybe not at the moment.
If you see it, it sees you. And then it's already too late.
We have to hold ourselves.
That's good to know. However, we've kind of got stuff to be getting on with.
How long have you guys been here?
They all just turn and stare at you, Ignir. One of them finally speaks and says, "How long's a piece of rope?"
Well, it depends on the length of the rope.
Yeah, it does. He nods.
Ignir, you're so wise sometimes. I forget.
Yeah.
I'll spend a while thinking about that. Real deep, man.
You're the worst.
Honestly, we can't tell. Feels like forever, but at the same time, every day has felt like the same thing. Get up. Try to remember what we were doing the day before. Had a mission here. We're supposed to trade routes. Trade routes, yeah. Find something. Their voices trail off, and it's really hard to get anything out of them when you ask them questions like that. Yeah. So set up a trade route for the gleaming fins. Yeah. Yeah. And it's almost like they're trying to convince themselves as they're saying it. Yeah. That was it.
Yasin's feeling less and less, both, more invested in his current situation and less invested in theirs, because, ticking clock and the thought of losing his mind doesn't quite appeal, so. Well, sorry about old Stetford there in the water. A shame we got here too late, but we have some work to do, so best of luck to you all. Tiddly pop.
You're going to travel through the night? Yeah.
I don't suppose we are we?
It's up to you. Personally, I'm turning in for the night, and I need to fix this bloody lock now. And stop with the goddamn war, the goddamn herb. Just put this away. I've lost my appetite for the stuff now.
Did
Probably
you
not
have
gonna
any
eat that.
spare?
Spare? No, but we have some you can procure if you want to buy it or trade for it.
Sure, what counts as currency in these parts?
Yeah, we'd love to buy some.
You see, as they're sort of sorting out their own ornaments and belongings, there is a number of food suppliers. They've got like fresh fish. I say fresh, definitely smells a bit rotten. But the most things that they seem to be trading in is like food stores and
How about 800 silver?
silver. Silver, you say?
How about we paint you a new lock?
Oh yeah. How about we fix your door?
All right.
And we,
You
yeah.
fix the door. You can each have a sniff.
Okay.
It was the lock that broke, right?
Yeah, and the hinges. He knocked it clean off its hinges with that natural 20. The lock would have broke and hinges would have come off. The whole
That
door.
sounds like that sounds like a mending spell and a few screws to me.
The mending.
Yeah, if you want to try that.
Carrick, you're the guy with the mending spell.
I got it. I'm on it.
Okay.
And then if I would assume we're gonna tiny hut situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Great.
So, Garrick, you cast Mending on the door. They prop it back up, and you ask them to like hold it still while you're casting the spell, of course.
Yeah. Ignir, do you want to paint some hinges or something, or?
Sure.
Stop being so glum, Ignir. It's not like this is the end of the world.
All right.
Do I want to roll for the hinges again? Is it?
Oh, you just roll a performance check with dexterity. Yeah, that's serviceable. They didn't want anything fancy, but they work in a practical sense, and the door opens and closes, and the mending spell fixes up the lock. And you really do have magic. I was starting to doubt you when you were saying you could kill me with your mind.
No, and look, I'm.
Blimey! What on earth? He tries to go into the actual. Oh, it's solid. Huh. Crazy what academy lot can do. Anyway, we're gonna have to close it if you're not joining us.
Yes, and kind of pokes his head out. Oh, you've heard about the academy, have you?
We have come all the way from Baldur's Gate.
Yes, I can hear it in that kind of that sort of dragging thing you do with your vowels. May I ask, what was the year when you left? Well, life.
Yeah.
He's not gonna remember.
3, 500?
Nope. You know what? Never mind.
If you're not coming in here, then we're locking up. We don't want to chance anything.
That's fine.
All right.
It's gonna this dude.
Oh yeah. Better fish out, stand out.
Say they weren't gonna do it. Carrick will do it just on his own.
Yeah. No. You see, he does kind of prod it a few times with the end of the spear, just to make sure it's not gonna do anything. After he's done it, he does seem a little bit shook after kind of witnessing the body close up. And they'll probably drag him back round to the back of the hut. We'll bury him in the morning.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. It's part of the deal for this incense that you've given us.
Cheers. He doesn't seem to want. He seems to lose his talkativeness after carrying his body around the corner there.
Speak with dead on this guy.
Oh. Close the door, they lock it. Casting Speak with Dead. That's going to be interesting.
I thought it might be.
Yeah. Okay.
This might be like a dial tone, but thought it would be good information either way.
Okay, so the body kind of shudders slightly, and it sounds like the body is also kind of like flaking and cracking like old parchment. And eventually you start to see the jaw open up. And it's all dry inside. There's teeth are falling out as it even opens now. And what would you like to ask it?
In what manner did you die, Sten?
Strength was sapped from me. Then my life, my soul, it found me. It came back for me.
It a crocodile, or a man with red eyes.
It says, a man with amber eyes choked the life out of me. Long arms.
Did the man say anything to you?
No, but I know it killed me because I looked at it. It took my life only because I saw it.
You don't think that it killed you for food? Your soul?
It doesn't seem to answer that one.
Yeah. And then last question. Is there anyone that you'd like to be alerted of the fact that you've passed on?
I don't remember anyone. I just... It fades off, that last sentence.
Cool. I'll go back. I'll pop into the tiny hut where I'm assuming everybody is.
You, just as your spell ends, it sort of lurches up with one last snap of its cracked spine. Don't look at it in the eyes. And the body just falls limp onto the ground again.
Yeah, Derek will relay that there's something about if this isn't Vong Si-van, the Bachelor, then it's something else that really doesn't like things looking at it. So we might have to fight with our eyes shut.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got something else I want to do, but I'll do that after everyone else has a chance.
Nothing
Right.
I want to do. The sooner we can get through with this, the sooner then we can figure out what's going on. The sooner I can get back and... Well, the sooner I can get back.
Right.
Agreed.
Everyone piling into the tiny hut?
Just outside of it.
Oh, you want to stay outside of it? Fine.
I'm just gonna cast one ritual spell, and then I'll be done.
Okay, sure. What do you want to cast?
I'd like to cast divination as ritual,
Alright.
and I have a I will take out the 25 gold vase of a crystal vase that has like the story like the history inscriptions on it.
The
And
crystal. Sorry, remind me again what that is.
it was a loot we found in the capital in Omu at some point. It was like a crystal, like a froggy myth vase thing.
Are you talking about the froggy myth statue that you found within?
Yeah, as part of the components for this spell, I need a 25 gold piece, a sacrificial offering.
Okay.
And since this has like a mythology history engraving on it, I thought that this would be an appropriate sacrifice to my religion.
And it consumes that.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha. All
and
right.
along with a little bit of incense.
Is this the froggy myth statue that you took from Rasnasi's lair?
There was that one, and then there was one we found. We found another vase, which I'll save for a different time. But
Cool.
that we found as like a random loot thing.
Gotcha. Okay then. You set this statue up and prepare the spell. Takes you a good 10 minutes before you finally feel like your mind is reaching into the new sphere and tapping into a greater knowledge beyond your own mind.
And I will ask, what does the bachelor Ving Sivun what would the bachelor Ving Sivun need or want to let us leave this place?
You hear a kind of hissing noise. And at first it sounds like it might be a snake. And you're instinctually tempted to sort of end the communication as if some sort of yuan ti is tapped into your mind. And then you hear a voice. It seems to be coming from that hissing noise. As it hisses, it turns into a growl. That growl turns into a malice fueled voice. I want revenge, justice.
Okay. Cool. Yep. I will take that information back to the group. Good news. There's a chance that the option of us leaving is potentially on the table with the bachelor, and he wants revenge.
Revenge against whom?
Well, his wife got killed,
Oh, yes.
and then he got killed. A little fuzzy on the details, but definitely his wife got killed, so that's maybe a start.
Okay. I guess there's no way of getting in touch again and see if we can meet for a little chin wag.
Not today.
Okay, well.
But he's sounds angry. Got a lot of rage. But at least yeah, I just reached out to talk to I'm gonna be in the hut for this. He seemed like he had a lot of rage, but I'm not sure if we found out all the details there, but we can maybe talk to him again another time. I'm gonna start to run out of crystal vases though.
Okay. Well, any other business anyone wanted to get to?
Okay. If not, I'd like to ask, is anyone taking a watch?
Oh.
We'll do watches like normal.
Yeah, that's assuming. Jason only needs 4 hours. Revi, you are only a 4-hour rester as well.
I'd also like to bring Rufus back.
Ah, yes, Rufus. Ah, finally. I was wondering when you was going to summon him. So.
Oh joy.
No.
It's gonna have tentacles for sure.
Yeah, no. So, Rufus, after your 10-minute ritual and spending the charcoal and necessary components, puffs and sputters into existence, like trying to light a little fire. Like, finally, the charcoal's consumed. You see this almost like a soot-ridden Rufus, just covered in soot, and he looks a little bit worse for wear. He's missing a lot of feathers. Very patchy looking.
Are you okay, old boy?
Shakes off all of its soot, and you start to see where there's patches of feathers missing. Instead of being like bare skin, it is actually bleached white bone.
No,
Oh, no.
undead Rufus.
I
The feathers are grey.
pat some of his little feathers and... Can I roll an Arcana check to see if I can suss out what exactly is going on here?
Yes.
It's a 22.
So, whilst within a strange dark realm, it seems that certain spells have been slightly warped. And this is also the second instance of such a spell. Carrick usually contacts a god of knowledge when he reaches out. To have an answer directly from the bachelor himself, presumably, means that someone has indeed got control over the divination spells here, and seems to reach and affect conjuration spells as well. Rufus himself might not actually be dead, but summoning him through the lens of a world of death might have resulted in this form.
Right. Can he still fly?
He flaps his little wings, and as he does, a lot of grey feathers come loose. But he is able to hover slightly. Skeletal wings keep flapping and flapping, and eventually does take flight. But it does look like he took way more effort to do so than he normally does,
Well,
reflecting your own sort of
I
fatigue.
feel that vibe.
Exactly.
You've done well,
No.
good chap. We're not quite done yet.
It keeps on picking away at bits of soot on it.
No, careful now. That's... You don't want to pull off any of the flesh. You've got little enough as it is.
And it replies with telepathically and sends an image into your mind of a fireball being hurled at you.
Yes, I remember.
Lets out a sigh. It's looking like an angry owl.
Well, we resting up?
Yeah, so
Yeah. For our watches, is that Carrick and Ignir go together, right? Is that the standard? And then I guess that was when we had more people too, though.
Should we maybe pair someone with dark vision with one of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're both kind of deficient in that capacity.
Oh, Justin and I only need 4 hours, so I can do 4, then he can swap and do 4.
Okay.
Chilling. Yes.
That sounds good. All right. So in that case, then you stay up for a good 2 hours, Carrick, just pondering over these ideas and the reply. And eventually, sleep does find you, but nothing seems to happen during your watch. And as it gets fully dark, pitch black almost, it's normally at least some filtering moonlight that illuminates the jungle, but here feels like even that pale silver spotlight has been blotted out and dimmed to the point of where even Revi, you're having difficulty and your eyes are slightly adjusting, but I think you're asleep during this time. It's Jason who's having trouble. So even your dark vision doesn't pierce through the darkness. Maybe Revi's would, but you can roll me a perception check with disadvantage, Jason.
Okie dokie. I presume I'd be doing this with Rufus as well. Would that balance things out?
Yeah, I can say he's assisting you, but
In fact, could I make it from Rufus?
you can, but it would be
Just a flat.
still a flat roll. Yeah, just a flat roll.
Oh, well,
Ah, so close to 19.
he's seen better days.
Rufus, you're back.
So Rufus looks around and occasionally has to rub and blink to sort of rub his eyes and blink them to sort of get more little bits of ash out of it, and he doesn't seem to notice anything, or if it does, it's not of any note. And the next 2 hours go by seemingly quiet. There's one or two things that do get his attention, but then as it's listening, the owl just seems to lose interest and then ruffles its few remaining feathers, gets comfortable again, eventually nodding off. But Jason, you can wake up Revive for their watch, I think. Yeah.
I do.
Ignia, you're taking your watch when?
I'll do it. I can do the last one.
The last one with Revive? Because that makes sense. All right, so you've had 4 hours, Jason, and Revi, you're awake with Ignia. You can both roll me perception checks, Ignia with disadvantage.
17, sorry.
17. Okay.
Sorry, that was supposed to be a 4.
It is as dark as the void in which your patron resides. There is no light in this place. Wow. And Revi, even you're having trouble discerning something like a vague shape in the distance. And as you kind of like lean forward in the hut, closer towards the very dome, the shape kind of stumbles away behind a tree line. It looked like it was maybe a figure standing upright, but it goes out of view. And it is fully hidden again.
I'll keep an eye and see if I can notice it moving again if it does.
Okay. You keep your eye out on the same tree line where you last saw it. And at that moment, you suddenly hear a sound of a pan getting like knocked over, like a metal pot or pan, sort of like clong clong. And you hear kind of like a swinging noise, like. Whatever that was, it definitely wasn't the wind. And disturbingly, it came from very close. It came from the other side of that small cabin. What do you do?
It's dark enough that I can assume I'd be invisible because of my invisible weapon.
You're right, yeah, because of your Gloomstalker feet.
My
Yeah.
Gloomstalker stuff. Yeah.
Feels her death ward wear off right now.
And 8 hours would need to elapse for that to run out. So you're, yeah, I think you are at the end of that now.
Definitely in that.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're good.
so
You're fine.
because of I'm yeah, so because of umbral sight, I'm
Mm-hmm.
invisible to any creature that
Right.
would rely on dark vision to see me.
Right.
So, which will just grant me the same as casting invisibility would. So I'm just gonna hop out and have
Okay.
a look.
As you're trying to be invisible, I'd like you to roll a stealth check.
Hey.
Ignia, you see Ravaya leaving the hut. And
You going for a stroll?
Don't.
you heard the
just
pots and
go
pans
for a
of them. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm just going for a look. Ooh. Ooh. Actually,
I'm here if you need me.
Jason's still kind of awake, or is he Tai Chiing it up?
No, they would be in their full Tai Chi
Yeah.
meditation right now.
I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace before I head
Okay.
out. So I'm super stealthy.
Super stealth. Okay. Go right ahead.
Super stealth.
Because you're invisible, I think that gives you advantage as well.
Oh. Okay, so that would have been a 30. That's a 32.
32. Well, that's definitely very high. Yeah, there's no point running. You would definitely be completely invisible, one with the shadow, and any sound that you potentially make is muffled out. The squelching of mud is just now just completely silent, and yeah, you're able to step out of the hut without alerting anything.
Take a little shimmy over to kind of here and try and take a little peek around the side of the cabins. Okay.
So you go around the corner. You see there is a man with slumped shoulders. They're wearing traditional Baldur's Gate kind of uniform, and the mark of the flaming fist on his tabard. He seems to be slightly feverish, perhaps. You can hear a slight shivering. And it looks like he's trying to light the fire, and that's why the sounds of the pots and the pans were heard, because he's having to move them out of the pit, and you hear the sound of his hands scraping two pieces of wood together, trying to make a spark.
Is Sten's body still there?
Stim's body is sitting no more than 2 feet away from him, yes. In fact, let's put it on the board so you can... There you go.
I'm just gonna quietly move up here and take a wee minute to observe.
Yeah. He's got his back to you at the moment, and you edge closer and closer. Hasn't turned yet. Come on, come on! He speaks in common as he's trying to light this fire. Come on! And suddenly a spark takes the pit, and a warm glow begins to emanate from it. There's a sigh of relief as he begins to warm his hands up.
I want to try and get a look at his face.
I'm gonna go all the way around.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't want to get like close enough to the fire that I'd be in full light.
Okay.
So I guess I'll
In that
kinda
case, yeah,
right
you'd have to kind of like
the
go.
shore.
Yeah, you have to kind of go prone on the shore and commando crawl around to the side to the side of him.
Sure.
You see this. The man takes a seat on one of the upturned pots, and he's rubbing his hands together on the fire. Seems to lower his head right down to the floor, and as he gets to this point, his eyes are closed. He's breathing in deeply, still over and over again. Maybe he's trying to steal his nerves, but there is still occasional moments where he's like, and he leans forward again to the fire, opening his eyes. You see just milky white reflections in them from the fire. They're not giving off any malevolent, evil amber glow.
Does he look like disheveled? He's definitely not someone that we saw earlier.
He's shuddering still, very, very carefully, slightly.
Is it like he's cold or he's scared?
Roll an insight check.
Insight check. 25.
This man is under some sort of sickness from the swamp. It very, very much reminds you of shivering sickness, the actual disease you've encountered in Chult back in, what was it? Camp Vengeance. Yeah. You've actually encountered shivering sickness before, and this looks like it. He's starting to chatter his teeth occasionally. He thinks the fire is warming him up. He thinks that's going to solve it, but you know more. You know that this disease runs deeper than just temperature. Something is afflicting this man, and also something off about his eyes. Even though there aren't any warning signs, his eyes don't seem to be much full of life, we'll say.
Right.
He's looking dead into the fire, and there's not really much of a reflection. Just pale and white.
Okay. I'd like to pick something up from the ground and kind of bamf it over this way, see if I can get him to look up.
Okay. Just like a bit of mud or a stone?
Yeah, like anything kind of gravelly, noddy that would make a clunk.
Okay, yeah, it kind of ricochets off the trunk of this tree and lands into the soft bank. His eyes shoot up, and again, where you would expect to see the reflection of the fire within his lens, there is nothing, just a white kind of paleness. He stands up. He steps over towards the source of the noise, and as he does so, he passes over the body of his former teammate. He looks back, seemingly distracted by it, kneels down towards its withered complexion, and stares at it for a moment. He goes towards the neck of this body with both of his hands. He takes a hold of it, grips. His knuckles go white. You see them shaking and shuddering. He's clenching and gritting his teeth. You hear the neck snap. He then releases his grip and stands up. He's still staring down at the body.
Fuck me, time to go. Yeah,
Okay, can you make me one more stealth check?
Okay.
He's also going to roll a perception check against this time.
Fuck balls. Shit. No, 24.
24, okay. It's going to have to be a miracle then. Let me just get the actual...
Being that her dread ambusher stuff's kicking in, surely it'd be also be making that disadvantage? She's considered
He's
invisible.
Yes, that's very
Invisible
true.
Poisonable with a +10 to solve.
Yeah, I'll consider that. Okay. You do manage to get away.
Oh, okay.
That was a really high roll as well. If it hadn't been for Pass Without a Trace and Gloomstalker, yeah, I rolled a 20, so
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Heck.
that was a good use. You get back into the hut. Ignir's still waiting inside.
You look a little shook.
I just so give me a moment. That was really something. On the other side of the hut, there was this man, another flaming fist man, and he wasn't well. There was something wrong with him. He looked like he had shivered. I'm not too sure, but there was nothing in his eyes. He was just blank, white. So I was trying to get a look at him properly, so I threw something to distract him. He passed over Sten's body and just broke his neck. And I got out of there very quickly.
You do have the most interesting adventures when you sneak off on your own.
I know.
I'm working under the assumption that you're making a lot of it up.
Again. I wouldn't... You can go and check for yourself.
Oh, no, I'm good.
So...
The Tai Chi halfway through. I mean, there's a whole flow.
Of course, we wouldn't want to disrupt that.
I mean, sorry, I'm saying this in my sleep and making it up.
It doesn't awaken anything in me. It rolls over back to sleep.
I kind of want to. I don't know. I want to go and have another look, sort of.
Look, these guys are clearly all messed up in the head. We've got some herb from them. We can just be on our merry way.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think we found out quite a bit of information.
Yeah.
And we have to go have a graveyard to go check out.
We got the herb we need.
Right, are we going to go in the morning, or
I think we don't even say goodbye.
just slip out?
We just pop the boat in the water,
Wake
roll
up at
out.
crack of dawn and be off.
Are we going to the boneyard, or are we gonna circle back and see?
I think Boneyard. I can send a message to Shadow Mantle anytime we want.
Just more
Okay.
of a yeah. Just checking we don't get too far away. So she's like, "Oh hey, come meet me." We're like, "Fuck's sake, we're on the other side of the island. Coming."
Okay.
Send her a message in the morning. I could send her a message first thing.
Good idea.
Speaking of morning, yeah, it does come rolling around. Everyone, you've had a long rest, except for Carrick and Ignir. Sorry, not Ignir, Jason. You can both lower your maximum HP by 1.
Okay.
Good
But we
stuff.
still get our. More importantly, we get our slots back, right?
You do recover those.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it felt like a sleep, but it's something.
I was thinking. Yes, and I now that I've met Anton, I could I could try to contact him.
Ooh.
See if where he is or what kind of condition he's in.
I would very much appreciate that, yes. As far as I know, he was swallowed by the beast too.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully this is a good start to the day then, and I'll cast Sending.
Okay. You are the one to send the spell first. You have to tell me a sentence or two or something.
Is there anything specifically that you wanted to pass on, Yasin?
I'd like to know where he is, if he's safe.
Mm-hmm. Anton, this is Carrick, Yasin's workmate and friend. Well, he said 2 words on that.
3, 4, 5.
Are you safe? Are you are you eaten? Any information is helpful. You have 25 words.
Okay. There is a sound that comes back first, then rather than a set of words. The sound is like that of a gurgling, rumbling stomach, one that is hungry and pained. And as that kind of goes off, like, you then hear a voice kind of at the very end of that growl. Carrick, you're still alive? There's a strange tunnel before me. It appears negative in color. They glow the darkness and grow ink black under light. The motifs carved on them. It's like yawning crocodiles. This archway, I think it leads to its belly. I hear that sound again, the rumbling. It's coming from me, and that's the end of that line. That's the end of the communication.
Yeah. Eric will relay everything except for the last bit that it's coming.
Okay.
Oh. Well, thanks for letting me
I
know.
mean-
Looks like we have stuff to be getting on with, so, and Yasin immediately starts packing.
Yeah,
up.
do we think that's he's, they say food is the quickest way to somebody's heart through the stomach. I'm not sure how that phrase works, actually, now that I think about it. But the quickest way to a stomach is probably through a mouth, which we're heading towards,
Hmm.
right? That cave. I think we'll be learning more, but let's head downriver. Dawn patrol.
So you're kind of exiting the hut, fully rested. Although you've got up very early at the break of dawn, seems like 1 or 2 of these flaming fists couldn't sleep. And they say you can hear their voices as you're exiting the hut. Ludo? Ludo, is that you? Are you okay? Guys, Ludo's back. As you come outside of the hut, coming around the corner, you see there are 2 flaming fists standing, looking at the back of this soldier who's over the smoldering campfire, and the sun is just peeking through the trees, and it's shining a light on the boat the building, and it's coming around past these trees, past these two flaming fists, and just begins to rest on the shoulders of Ludo. He doesn't look well. Ludo, talk to us, mate. What happened? As the light begins to shine on his skin, it turns it a stark white charcoal color. His hair suddenly goes from black braids to white ashen hair. And his face turns, and where his nose should be is seemingly rotted away back into the socket of his skull. And I need everyone to quickly roll up with some initiative here. But you can choose not to fight. You can choose to get the hell out of there if you want. Just having it there so people can see it and act accordingly.
What are we voting, chaps?
I think we should leave.
Yeah. Time to go.
Not bad.
Right?
I think so.
They've got this under control.
Absolutely.
The flaming fist is like, oh, what? Oh god, it's a monster! Turns away, and as he does, pulls out an arrow and shoots it straight towards Ludo. The arrow sinks into his flesh and doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever. It's just stuck in his shoulder. Doesn't show any signs of bleeding or pain. And this creature just turns around and is still shivering. And this flaming fist just looks absolutely petrified. It is going to go to a couple of the ones inside who are actually waking up. They don't have a clue what's going on here. So Revire, you're up.
We're leaving.
Okay, you can totally do that. Go run.
Why not? That's
You get off the map, I'll consider you out of combat.
5,
So
3, 5. I can get the
This is the river though that we need to be on? Or no, it's down here.
yeah, right. You're gonna head down south. No, you're gonna head east now, right? So yeah,
Wait,
you would.
this way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's
I
cool.
didn't have my map big enough to see it. 25.
Who zoomed in on that freakish fireplace?
25, 30, 55. Yeah. Heck yeah. Got off the map.
Okay, cool. Then you see Revive's just
Gone.
legged it. Gone, yeah.
Nope's out.
Do you say anything as you run?
Catch up with me. No, I'll wait at the beginning of the bridge here for them.
Cool.
So.
All right. Jeez. In that case, then we go to. Okay, that guard actually isn't there. It can get removed, so it's Jason.
What was I here? 30. And then would actually get me all the way over here. So that's good. And that's my turn.
Okay. Carrick, you hear the sound of a longsword being unsheathed by Ludo. Sounds like a rusty blade as it scrapes along the sheath. Carrick, what do you do?
I will.
Oh, sorry, let me mute that. What was that?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Looks like
I'm
it.
leaving, but yeah, but I'll just kind of give a like a salute from my wearing this ridiculous crown, and just cast Scorching Ray at it from my crown.
Okay. You see one of the Flaming Fist Knight steps forward and sinks his sword straight into the flesh and then pulls it out. What? You've hit.
Shoot two more, or shoot several more rays. Sorry, I've never
Okay.
done this before.
Go right ahead. Nice.
And then I will. Okay, best of luck. Thanks for everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So the knight then, as he's pulled forth his sword, jams it right through the rib cage of this creature, and this time, before he has a chance to withdraw the blade, you see Ludo grabs a hold of the hilt and drags the blade in further into his body, and in doing so pulls his ally all the way right up to his face, and you just hear the scream of that flaming fist as the 3 scorching rays arc around him and impact this creature. You smell the smell of burnt flesh as you're fleeing the site. Ignir, I think. Wait a minute. What have we got? Actually, it's its go first, but you've got some bodyguards in front of you, so don't worry. We'll deal with them first. Good job, you got some cannon fodder. Oh boy.
Actually, I did 28 damage to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Cool.
did. Wow.
Okay.
Okay, cool. A crit. You see this guard, this knight of the flaming fist, beginning to, as his scream is echoing out, it begins to turn, contort, and twist into a gasp, choking, coughing, and you see his body kind of almost faltering at the knees, his hair going a stark white. And then it would be Ignir's go.
Yeah, I see that. And I am going to beeline away.
Okay. Rushing off into the distance.
Bravely.
You guys would all get another round before it goes again. So if you're hitting that run button.
I'm gonna keep running.
Yep, okay.
Bye.
Cool.
Yeah, I helped as good as I could.
Yeah, you did as much as you could.
What?
I'm gonna drag you back out of there. Rushing through the jungle, feeling the leaves whip at your face, you finally reach the shore of the river again. And you're able to summon Boating with Boatface.
Fastest paddle we've ever done.
Nice. As you do, everyone hears the rattling of bone just like parallel to you guys as you're rushing through the jungle. It seems to get further away, almost as if it's just passed by you. But
Don't look at it.
you make no attempt to look up.
Yeah, eyes down at the water, just paddling.
Nope. Alright. You've heeded the words of the dead well, and averting your gaze, you jump back into the boat and begin paddling up, downriver now. So the current begins to take it. And you are firmly out of the danger zone.
I like that that's the first time we're like, you know what? Nope.
You still, each of you have like one use of Agura as well. If you want to make note of that. Alright, sailing down river, guys. Let's see what you get on the old D20.
Eh,
Sorry,
maybe 10. Maybe yay.
maybe.
If that's a mammoth skull, that is real big.
That is a rather large scale, isn't it? So, before you get to the bone graveyard, you're traveling upriver, and it takes you about a good quarter of the day to sail from the cabin towards this area. And on your way, let's see what you encounter. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, here we go.
While Carrick, while we're paddling, Carrick kind of mentions to Revia and Ignir. So, seeing as I was able to banish that Remoraz back to whatever icy plane that it's from, in a pinch, it would maybe seem like I could banish both of you back to the material plane, but I have no idea where that would spit you out. But just as something to consider.
Well, I won't.
That
be
seems
leaving
like giving
anytime
up.
soon. If it's
Right.
unless we're all getting out of here.
Yeah. No, I mean that of course that's the plan.
I mean, not to be the bearer of bad news, but I find it highly unlikely that we're all getting out of here. We haven't exactly discussed it since, but to address the elephant in the room, Carrick and I are dead. And that doesn't seem to be a state of affairs that is going to be changing anytime soon.
I have some thoughts, some ideas. It's 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 not proven science, but there's definitely some things that I think that we could try. I have a couple spells that might do something. That might
You
not.
guys do have bodies right now,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you're talking to us, and we haven't died, so there has to be something going on.
My body is a charred, cindered crisp, lying somewhere in a jungle in Chult. Carrick has been, I assume, pretty badly mangled. What you're seeing here is a non-literal representation of our souls as we, metaphorically speaking, and indeed quite literally speaking in a way, circle the drain. Sorry to be doom and gloom about it, but that's just where we stand. I would ask a favor of all of you.
If we bleed here. Oh yes.
If you will oblige me. The souls trapped here, they seem to, at least the dead ones. I don't know if Revia and Ignir are under the effects of the same entropy, but they seem to diminish with time. Minds and mannerisms becoming faded. I set out on all of this in order to get Anton back, and, well, if there's even a faint chance I can do that, then I'm going to take it. But if not, and if we are stuck here, and if I start going that way, I would ask a favor of any of you and ask you to put me out of my misery. I'd rather go out like me than I would as some gibbering echo of myself.
Fair. Before we get to that drastic measure, though, I have some things I'd love to try.
Well, I am all ears.
Yeah, it would take a bit of time, an hour, to do what I want to try, and it would be, maybe, again, I I can't promise it'll work, but I've been really focusing on some spells, and I think I'm not sure how things work in the Shadowfell, if the rules get bent or whatnot, but there are spells to stop corpses from turning undead. And if I did, I think maybe what if I could try to essentially just shuffle the cards around a little bit. I could cast it. My idea is I could try to cast Death Ward on you, and then we cast Ceremony on you right as you die. So it does involve you dying, and then maybe it kind of like kickstarts things, and you come back from the Death Ward a little bit more alive. Again, it's a first idea, but I'm talking about, and I described this spell and
Ceremony.
this spell. It's very I don't think it's but the funeral rite. Touch one corpse, and for 7 days the target can't become undead by any means short of a wish spell. But that's for a corpse. So I'm thinking like there's a weird kind of combo between that and Death Ward. If it like, I don't know. It's an idea.
Okay.
Sounds a bit of a stretch, but
Yeah. But it beats killing yourself, before we try it.
well,
Or us killing you. Sorry.
in for a penny.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just trying to get creative.
As you're sailing along, and Jason's talking about this very heavy subject, and the consequences of not getting out here weighs heavily on his mind. All of you notice something out of the corner of your eye, and it seems to be some kind of animal grazing. It seems very young, though. It's nothing like you've perhaps seen before in Chult. It's a four-legged, looks perhaps like a mammal, but maybe a very small kind of elephant, but instead of tusks and large ears, imagine just no ears and a trunk that only extends down just past its chin, perhaps. And one half of its skin is a dark black, and the other half is just a block of white.
Oh my god, is it a tapir?
It is a tapir. Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're very tiny little ears.
Initiative.
And though this one looks like it's got black and white, there is also these kind of speckles along its hide, indicative of it perhaps being just a small baby tapir. But it seems to be just looking around, truffling for some food. It's just by the riverbank, sort of sniffing around. Yeah, it's just a little thing of note that you see. Even in this realm of death, there seems to be a newborn creature.
I mean, it's cute, but it's probably going to, put a curse on the first one who tries to pet it, or it spits acid, or
Breakfast.
I mean,
No, we've got those rations. Oh yeah.
You see it does approach the river, and it begins sipping, quenching its thirst.
Oh no.
Your boat is gliding slowly and steadily by.
it's going to be eaten by a crocodile in 3,
There's only one crocodile in here.
No, it doesn't seem to do. It doesn't seem to like. It doesn't seem to. I don't know what to say. It doesn't seem to like. What's the word? Attract any dangers. No. But as you're passing by, it's the light of the morning sun reflects of its silken hide, and you can all roll me a perception check, as you are looking for something that might be lurking nearby.
Does it look dead inside like everything else?
Oh.
It looks like it's hopeful, perhaps. That's the only word I would say. Hopeful. Okay.
Give it up, you stupid tapir.
Poor thing. Well, let me see here. What rolls do we...
Hang on. We forget I am no longer alone.
Hey.
Yippee.
That's my boy. 22.
Fantastic. Okay, so there is something you notice, both Carrick and Rufus. Perhaps a little bit. Perhaps the others a little bit distracted by the cute creature sipping by the river, but Carrick, you know that's just the moment when your guard would be let down, and something would strike. Though, instead of seeing a hostile figure in the distance, you actually see a sort of shimmering outline of something, just blurry and unfocused. It has the same outline as this creature, and it's further back from the river than this creature. But it seems to be standing very still, and Rufus notices it when it moves as well. Perhaps just barely hears the crunch of leaves, and sees there's a couple of footprints left in its wake. Rufus suddenly snaps his head to the right and focuses in on another one. There's two. They're larger than the one here. And Rufus squints and telepathically notifies you, Jason, that there is something invisible.
I asked Rufus to put out like an alarm squawk.
Your boat...
Warn the tapirs.
Okay, so it does so. Squawks out.
To the group too.
Oh yes, of course. And
Okay.
and you know,
And where-
tapirs and my friends.
How far are we from from this embankment? We're like we're kind of going right along it, right?
You're sidling right alongside it, and at this point, your boat is passing by it when Rufus lets out this squawk, almost about 10 or so feet from the tapir. It gets a little bit startled and suddenly runs back towards the creatures that Rufus is trying to alert it of. And you see it run and nuzzle behind whatever invisible creature this is. And its form almost kind of goes invisible itself. It's not. It's just its form is kind of being like blurred and warped from standing behind it.
Is this like a Shadowfell thing, Revia?
I don't think so. Do I think it's a Shadowfell thing?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Seems a bit...
Am I within 30 feet of it?
At this point, you are, but they are leaving what it looks like.
Yeah, I'll just do a real quick racial detect thoughts.
Definitely not.
And I'll but you can just
Does the
it's
intelligence
the thinking creature. It says like you can detect creature.
Intelligence 3 or lower. Okay.
Right. Yeah. If it's intelligence 3 or lower, but if it's like I don't know, the big bad guy. it might ping. That you can also to detect the presence of thinking creatures you can't see.
It does not have an intelligence of 3.
All right, sail on.
Okay. I'm afraid, yeah, you're unable to detect any intelligent life forms. It is it is just a very instinctual and an animalistic sense or presence that you get, and then the communication is cut very short as the creatures all together as a 3 begin to push into the forest tree line and out of your sight. And with your 3 in Arcana check, you have no damn clue why there would be tapirs here, let alone why 2 of the adults seem to be invisible. But it's the only thing you could gather was it seemed like those were perhaps its parents lurking nearby unseen. But you have no idea, but your guess is as good as Kirsty's. Exactly.
Seems too shimmery to be Shadowfell. Also,
Place,
random
this place
tapirs.
appears.
Random tapirs. Hey, that's what you got on the roll on the table.
This place are beasts.
Yeah.
This place appears.
Yeah, display peers. Just whatever. Anyway, moving along. It seems like either way, it was perhaps a small juxtaposition of life to the horrific death that has surrounded this place. Now, your boat does sidle into more shallow waters. This area is going to be a little bit difficult to navigate with just your boat. You can hear the boat kind of bobbing and scraping alongside some of the terrain. And at one point, you even hear a large gouge, like across the bottom of the boat.
You can do it, Bertie.
Okay. Up ahead, there is also a very large piece of bone jutting from the river. It looks like it's sunk into the mud, but it's perhaps like the rib of a giant creature. And the boat's heading straight towards it. What do you guys do?
We needed to. There was something we needed to check out here, right? There's a person who lives here, amongst the bones.
Yes, I do seem
There
to
is.
remember something of the sort.
So the person that we did greater restoration on.
Yeah, he
told us.
mentioned a being of shadowy intent. The only one who resides within the bone graveyard.
And we are looking for bones, so
Sure.
That's right. We need to make bone spear tips.
yes.
Ooh, what if we make some bone arrowheads for you, Revive?
Ooh, nice little bone hats.
Oh, maybe some
Perfect.
spurs,
Ooh.
cufflinks.
Oh no.
This is why we can't have nice things.
I can be proficient at making nice things for 10 minutes.
Okay. Is that, I take it then you're going ashore?
Yeah.
At least this way you could avoid having to remove the bone and just get the boat back out and go around it once you found more clean, clearer waters. Cool. Okay.
Yes, that.
Toothpicks, and then we could have a bone to pick with.
It is day, so we're going to direct you to this.
Thank you for your pity laugh, Kirsty.
You're welcome.
That's all right.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought it was very clever.
It was a bit of a party.
You're better than that.
Not. That's the problem. I'm really not.
So coming ashore, there is sections of mud that look to be dried where might have had a smaller river fork off, but it's all kind of dried riverbed now. The ground beneath you goes very quickly from dry mud to cracking bones. can hear them crunching underneath each footstep as you push further into this desolate wasteland. And trees are replaced by rib cages, spinal cords, and massive femurs that are kind of rested up against smaller banks and hills. There are thousands of skulls, bones littered everywhere. All seem to be made of, there's definitely animal bones. You're hard pressed to see any human ones anywhere here. Oops. But let me drag it to the map. There seems to be a little bit of a slow mist rolling in and over this area as well. If I could ask you to drag your tokens here. I'll start with the revive wave.
Okay.
Big bones.
Big, big
I think I
bones.
helped. It's not hard to identify some of the animal skulls as very large elephants. Tusks reaching out, probably as long as like both your arms put lengthways together. Yeah. 2 arms. The bones keep shifting under your feet as you're pushing on.
I'd like to cast Detect Magic, just to see, because they said like there's magic bones. I don't know if all the bones are magic, or
Okay.
or if it's just some of them.
Yep, so spend that spell slot. I
Yep,
haven't got casting on yet. There we go.
Info.
Okay. So, well, that spoils that little surprise then. Carrick, you not in the vicinity actually, not 30 foot. You use a concentration spell, so I'll let you know if you do sense
Sure,
any
10
magic.
minutes. Yeah,
Mhm.
10 minutes.
Gotcha. So, pushing on. You can move your tokens up. You're looking around for an individual.
We don't want to sneak up on them, right? Should we be... Ignir, do you want to do that loud bird call you'd make?
Bird call?
Yeah, isn't that sound you make?
I'm very sorry. I had to step out of the room a
Weird
second.
again.
What was the surprise that was ruined?
Oh, we don't know yet.
It's about now,
Oh,
actually.
I see you're in. Ding.
Carrick, you do sense something magical in the distance. It is one tusk jutting out from the ground. And as you lay eyes on it and perhaps freeze in your tracks, you... not that one. Or that one. Maybe it's this one. Where's that one? Or that one.
Just move.
Yeah, you actually see the shifting and rattling of one of them as it begins to pull itself free from the mud. A couple of these bones rattle across the ground.
Don't like.
That's
They
not
converge.
cool. Like they're... and which, are they all the ones that are moving are magical, or just this big thing is magical?
No, all of the ones that are moving seem to be magical.
Oh, okay. They seem like they're assembling into something.
They are pushing towards something and converging, yes. You suddenly see a huge set of ribs sink out of the mud and rip towards this thing, floating, hovering towards it. And they seem to be assembling around this one very large skull. Everyone in the distance can also see more bones doing very much the same thing, heading towards another skull.
You don't happen
How
to have a
fast-
dispel
how
magic on you, do you, my lad?
I do. How fast are they moving though?
Slow at first, but as they begin to spiral together, They are getting faster and faster.
Yeah. Does it seem like they're each individual sources of magic, or there's like one magic that's pulling them all together?
At this point, you would definitely sense necromancy is the source of this magic.
Mm-hmm. I'll oh god.
The huge skull turns upright.
Yeah, I'll cast dispel magic on that.
Okay, which one? There are two big sources of it.
This first one seems like the way to go.
Okay, in that case, ooh, actually, there's a check involved for this because it's quite a high level spell. What's happening here?
Oh no.
So we will need you to roll a wisdom check.
Okay. I'm just putting it. Okay, that's that. Wisdom check coming up.
Mhm.
And I can't cast guidance because I'm concentrating on the thing. Oh, that was almost better. That's not going to do it.
It isn't, I'm afraid. Whatever
Wait, how's that
necromancy.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah, no, it is unfortunately a bit too powerful of a necromancy spell to cut. And as you're seeing all these little threads pulling together, it's almost something is like puppeteering all of them, and you start to see this fully assembled creature stare down upon everyone here, and the other one, similarly in the distance, kind of pushes through the mist, swinging its head in wide arcs. Its tusks kind of displace a lot of this mist, and it begins kind of scraping its hoof across the ground. And you would hear a voice from within this stone graveyard, somewhere distant and yet clearly aware of your presence. Walkers, walkers of death, you should not be here. I told them to leave me alone. Told those thieves to go running. To steal from me invokes death. And you see these two skeletons rush towards battle. I need.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what they are. I'm gonna have you guys roll initiative. Get this on the board. Yes, skeletons.
Yeah, me calling out to them was really going to be good.
What do we got here? Oh, you thought I was joking, didn't you? I actually named skeleton in the chat. Oh god. Alright. So let's get these guys sorted. Let's mirror this one. Okay.
Voice come from? Or it's just kind of everywhere?
It definitely sounded like it was distant, but maybe high up is your best guess. I'm gonna roll Rufus as well for you.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. Cool. All right, Jason, you're the first to react as these skeletons are assembled, and one of them is scraping their hoofs across the ground, preparing to charge. What do you do?
Well, I'd probably bonus action blade song, and then I'd probably just yell out, and you can tell me if this is an action or not. So, we're just here to talk. We're not here to steal anything.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check. You've been getting a lot of these today.
I must stop trying to persuade people with my dog shit charisma. 3.
I sense your lies. You come seeking a weapon made of bones. My bones.
Well, gotta say,
Trample them, my minions. Yeah, he
Wait,
seems
what he said?
to.
He said trample them, my minions.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Sweet.
maybe I couldn't have said minions. My kin, I should have said. Let's say that.
My kin. Okay.
Okay. No, I'm going to say that was just a free action to say this.
okay then. Then I'm going to cast Tash's Mind Whip, I think. Which, indeed. At the nearest elephant.
Okay.
Has to make a intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, a natural 20 that one. And even with the minuses, I think, yes, your DC is...
16.
Okay, yes, it's passed. Whew, just... I needed that. Alright, does it still do damage?
On a failed save, yes, the target still takes damage.
Okay.
On a successful save, it takes half the damage, so 4. And suffers no other effects.
Psychic damage, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Alright, it seems very unmoved from this. Doesn't seem to stop its charge in the slightest. But, did you want to make any movement or...
I think away is my preferred direction of travel. Let's get up on this ledge thing here, and that's my turn.
Okay. Who's after that? Revive's up.
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay. First of all, I'm gonna move.
Okay.
I'm gonna chuck myself. Maybe just. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw myself back. Okay, just repeat a wee bit.
You back yourself up, almost dangerously close to impaling yourself on a huge tusk that's jutting from the mud.
Side shift to the side a little bit.
Gotta watch where you're stepping in this place.
I'm so not charismatic in any way possible. We were going to ask for help. We weren't just going to steal anything. Please.
Hmm. You wish to help yourselves. Or help others to die.
We want to help ourselves to get out of here and back to where we're from to end a plague. That's what we were doing before we ended up here. So we need to help ourselves first in order to help pretty much the entire world.
You outsiders are a plague. Your kind come here, disturb the cycle. Trying to escape tips the balance. Hey, you can roll me a persuasion check.
14.
14. Okay. I have not seen any escape this realm. What makes you so different? You start to see bones suddenly jut and shake behind you, Ravaya, and that last skeleton
Fucking hell.
behind you begins to lift up out of the ground, and its form connects together.
Hey. Oh,
What is
I've
the
been.
word of a soul? Have you even seen a soul?
I've been here many times.
I think
And,
that's 6 seconds.
Yeah.
More than time.
Ah!
You can adjust your movement if you wish after having seen this thing erupt as well.
Yeah. Goodbye. Stuck
I'll
on
have
the
this one.
ribcage.
I'll have this one roll on at the start of the turn order. Just to prevent it suddenly going right now. First, this thing is going to charge forward. $50 does finally get to Carrick actually.
You love to see it.
Yeah, the movement speed on these things is unnerving considering they have no flesh to manipulate the bones. It's almost like they're being carried by an unholy wind. The charge reaches you, and I need you to make a strength saving throw. Oh wait, I have to hit first.
Have to hit. I think you have to hit, right?
Yeah, let me do that first.
Stands there calmly as this thing just tramples down at him
Flipping out.
and
That's
it just whacks the tusk away with the shield.
Damn, that is close. The huge goring tusk whooshes towards you, and you crack it aside, and it kind of clatters away with the sound of snapping bone. I don't think you need to make that strength save after all, as it's
He kind of turns and points to the next one and beckons at it.
Oh, damn. Feeling spicy there, Carrick. Okay.
Yeah,
Rufus has got to go here as well. Would you like to aid anyone?
Rufus will be giving Ravaya aid on her next shot.
Okay.
Skeleton.
That is right.
Yep.
Okay. It is indeed going to turn trample towards the pair of you. It's
I'm a little further forward.
moved 20 foot then, I think. Yeah, it has. Okay, in a straight line, charges forward towards Carrick and Ignir. And because you're both there, I'm just going to have this roll a d2. One is Ignir.
What if I want to?
Okay, it's going for you and Carrick. Does seem to be charging and tries to go for another gore attack. Oh my god.
I will invoke my new feat and say, today I'm feeling lucky, and I will make you re-roll that.
Oh man. Yeah, lucky indeed. Changing the fates.
Pretty high.
It's a 27 to hit after all, but it's not a crit.
Well, crit wouldn't have actually done it anyway.
Okay.
But we'll take that.
Okay, in that case, you need to make me a strength saving throw. And
Drink.
didn't think we'd get this far today. So rolling like this. Okay. You take 24 points of piercing damage as you are struck in the side. It was, however, not as fatal as what it could have been, as it was aimed straight towards your heart, and instead just barely tilts it to the side. However, the sheer force of it hitting you knocks the wind out of you and tramples you to the ground. As you're lying there, you see a creature, bleach white bone, rear up and slam down its bony hoof towards you. It's going to make a hoof attack, the stomp attack. With advantage, technically, as well, because you're now prone. So it's 18 to hit. Is a miss, right? That's yours.
18 would hit.
I would hit. Okay.
We're gonna plop a shield
Yeah.
on that one, and the shield wouldn't have helped for the other one. I don't think the 27. So.
Okay. Then the shield brings up an arcane barrier just in time, and you feel your whole body sink into the earth about 4 inches as you're like slammed in there. You can feel like a bit of bone pressing against your back, probably stunk in the mud somewhere. That is close call. Ignir, you're up.
Do I get my turn?
Oh, sorry. What happened to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
first.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Carrot.
Okay. Quick question. Am I like undead? Is turn undead gonna hurt Yasin and I?
You've not cast it yet. So we'll find out. You're unsure. Something to find out as you cast it, I guess.
Yeah. I will stand up using half my movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll cast turn undead.
Okay. Wisdom says all the baddies.
I don't know if it's gonna hit that last one, that furthest one away.
No, and technically it's not even fully assembled yet. You just see the skull only just tilted forward towards Revire, which is enough to make them run for it. Oh, it just... it clips them.
I can't delete it. How do you delete?
Oops, sorry. It does sort of clip them just... I'll allow it. I'll roll all 3. So, going down the turn order, the first one, which tried to gore you, has somehow passed. The other 2, however, are now turned completely as you brandish your holy symbol. And I think... Yeah, Jason, roll me a wisdom save as well.
No.
Thankfully, though, this is Carrick. You know him as your own ally. He's used this to save your life many a time from deadly encounters and avoiding being overwhelmed. This is a familiar, soft, welcoming and peaceful harmony that washes through your body. You're not feared in the slightest. This one, however, is. I'll mark it as such. Put on that.
And I'm just gonna bonus action.
Very good.
Hit that guy. It may be. Maybe not hit him.
14 does hit.
7 damage.
Okay.
Force.
Yep, you see a bit of bone splinter as your spiritual weapon slams into.
Oh, sorry. The one that didn't.
Yeah,
the one
I
that
assumed.
didn't. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. He's taking a bit more damage. Ignir, bottom of the round.
Okay. I will go ahead and vamp my blade out and ignite it.
Okay.
And Eric hit the one that's directly in front of us, right? And the one next to me is here.
Yeah, you can just barely see the little marker on it. The one at the south who's not feared. Should make it like a bit of I'll make it bigger for you.
Oh, it's all good. Is that wouldn't quite be flanking, right?
That is flanking. If you can draw a line through the
Okay.
creature and hit an ally, then yeah.
And I will go ahead and take 2 swipes at it with my sword.
Gotcha. Oh. Cute. Okay, the 27 to hit, the 12 is a miss.
Okay, well then 16 hopeful points of slashing and fire damage to the
Okay.
beastie. Trying to like
It-
cripple one of its legs.
Yeah, you tried to go for one of those legs and seeing it trying to topple a bit, but these bones are so hardy and sturdy, it feels like you're striking into like a rock face. And it does have a chip in it, but this thing doesn't look like it's falling down anytime soon. Then we are back to Jason, and we're going to roll the last Skellyphant on. Yep, he's now on the turn order.
It's such a funny name.
It is your go. Is
Yes.
an attempt to do.
The one who is unturned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to fire a chromatic orb using thunder damage at it.
Okay, roll a hit. Oh yeah,
25 to hit.
Oh.
Oh, what a dog shit roll. 6 on 3d8.
Wow. Rough. Maybe it's vulnerable.
the lightning sparks between the rib cage and disperses quite quickly. But it did seem to shudder it for a moment. Okay, any movement?
I'm good where I am currently.
Okay, keeping the high ground. Revive.
Cool. I don't know how effective this would be, but Q.
You have advantage on that.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, is that crit?
That is. I see your aim has improved.
What?
Improved?
What?
Yes. Dad?
Do I know you? Do you know me?
You used to.
I used to.
The arrow strikes true into the creature, shattering bone, and an arrow comes out the other side.
Used.
Seems we have both forgotten. Another arrow shoots straight through this creature, shattering a bit of its skull. Okay. This is going to end your turn. You want to move?
Ooh, I'm thrown off. I think I'm. Oh, I'm not okay. These guys are kind of scared, so hopefully they'll be scared for a bit. Yeah, I'll stay where I am.
Okay. All right. The original skeleton, the first one, and the only one to not be completely rearing away in fear, going to turn on one of you two. Let's see. Make another D2. One is Ignir. Ooh, it's going for Carrick again. Seeing as you're the one brandishing this holy symbol, it tries to stomp out the light. And coming at you. Bad rolls. Okay. Yeah. This hoof comes crashing into the dirt right next to you. A tremor is felt through everyone's feet as this thing is colliding with the earth. And it doesn't have anything else to do. The other two creatures cower in fear. In fact, do they have to
They
run?
Run away.
They do, okay. What does Rufus do as this creature turns tail, if it had a tail left?
I'm going to keep that help action on Revire.
Okay, gotcha. Carrick, the battlefield is looking a lot more sparse. This one, as it hasn't like fully assembled, I'm just going to say it's cowering in the mud, like half stuck in it. Perhaps trying to get back in the ground, who knows? I'm not going to have it move off the map, so just having it stay there is easier. As for this one, Carrick, you see it rush off towards this overlooking slab of earth, and there is a shadow that it kind of hides underneath.
Not like a
You can-
creature
you can
shadow,
see
just
it.
like a shadow.
Yeah, like the actual shadow of the overhanging earth, but it's almost like it forms like an overhang or a cave, but not one that you'd imagine goes pretty deep. It's just it is a bit too shrouded underneath there.
Okay, well, I will bonus action whack away at the one in front of me
Okay.
for 10
summon
force
the-
damage.
Good hit.
And then would it be an action to like look for the source of the voice, or
Yeah, I would say you can try and make a perception check to figure out where it's coming from. There is a lot of mist in the distance, but you can base it on hearing alone where it might come from.
yeah, I think we got this kind of somewhat under control. So I'm just going to do that. So I'll make a perception
Okay.
check. That's pretty good.
You've heard the voice
23.
a few times now, and you are starting to pinpoint it high up on that slab of earth. Seems to be echoing from there, and the reason why you're perhaps hearing it from everywhere is because it was so booming and loud that it bounced and echoed off of the bones all around you. The only way to get up there visibly right now is this huge femur that kind of makes almost like a ramp of sorts. That's where you can hear it coming from, calling from above.
Well, I'll walk around without leaving melee of the skeleton,
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of shout up at it. We don't wish to hurt your kin, but unless you call them off, there'll be smaller bones than they started.
Ooh. Is that an intimidation? I think it is.
No, it's I don't know. I mean, it's just like trying to appeal to logic. If I can roll a persuasion with intelligence, no.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just so bad. I'm just so bad at persuasion. That's not that bad. Okay, that's a 15 minus or 16 minus 1. Cool.
Okay. You hear a long sigh. Damn clerics. You hear a sigh of almost like resigning sigh. It's just it doesn't seem to be convinced, but it doesn't seem to be taunting or goading you anymore either.
Planting a seed.
Yeah, exactly. Ignorant.
So does it seem like they've kind of stood down?
Not fully, but perhaps they're considering it. The only thing is, this mammoth creature is still raging on.
Well, if this one is still looking hostile,
Yeah.
I will try and continue to put it down.
Okay.
I guess for 32 points of damage.
Holy sh-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna be more. 22. Yeah, you fumed, didn't you? That was cool. Nice.
Well, no, because it's
Yeah.
a flame tongue now, so it's always on fire.
Oh yeah, it's flame tongue. My bad. Yeah, so it is. Cool.
Secret. I'm always burning.
You definitely upgraded in that sense. Cool. Yeah, the flame tongue licks up the bone, charring it like a blackened coal, and it's looking wounded at this point. You see its shaky legs are beginning to give, and a few more hits, it might just topple, but that might not put it out. Okay, Justin, at the top of the round.
Say it out loud. Are we calling it quits here, or do we need to turn one of these things into gelatine before you get the point?
Your persistence, I'll give you that. Almost as stubborn as her. Thought you would have given up this life. Thought you would have shied away from the dangers.
Oh my god.
Why are you still risking your life? Justin, the elephant seems to be rearing back for another stomp. You're going to get yourself killed! It goes to stomp. What do you do, Justin?
Bummer. Let's fire. As it's rearing back, can I like catch it in a fireball with assuming that it's up higher, so without getting my colleagues in it?
I'll allow it if you skin the top of the beast. It's a huge creature, so
So there's no place on the.
sorry, I was meant to do that. Well, I somehow rolled a natural 19 on the first roll. I'm gonna be taking that. It's a quarter plus 10. It was more like -1, so an 18 is
18 saves. So he's taking 16. No, sorry, he's taking 14.
14 points. Okay. Yeah, the creature does, at that moment, as it's rearing back, it suddenly turns to evade the fireball, and it skirts the top, scorching its head, very barely cinders it, and the creature lands on the ground and hasn't made a move. In fact, it takes one step back. But that's it. Ravaya.
I am visibly shaken. Sorry, it's still alive, yeah?
It is, yeah.
Alive. Quote.
Alive. Moving.
19.
19 hits. And
19 again.
that's a good hit. And in this state, it is, well, not bloody. There's no blood, but I'll say cracked and splintered. The bone is definitely falling apart. One of the front legs is shot out from your arrow, and as it stumbles, it has to kind of lean itself on its back legs, and it will use movement to disengage as it kind of limps away. Now its leg just like torn into pieces, and you hear a long drawn out sigh again, and atop the plateau a ghostly figure begins to appear. It's covered in sort of ribbons. There's sort of an elegant like hover to him as well. You can tell it is definitely a male figure. his broad shoulders, his stern look stares down at you. Stern look at Revire in particular. And although you can't recognize their face with it being completely covered in like gorse and ribbon, there is a sense of recognition in that stern look. That same look when you did something that you shouldn't have done, when you was reckless or perhaps misbehaving. And he says, "My daughter has become a shadow walker. Please tell me you didn't come back for me." And he says that's probably in Elvish as well.
Ooh. Not this time. I thought you were long gone. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't find you.
I am gone. You're the only thing I can remember. The only memory I carved into these bones.
Ooh.
The only epitaph left on my tombstone. But I think there is probably maybe a place to end it. It has come up to 3 now, but
Very cool.
we are in the Shadowfell. Who else? All right. Been a bit of a wild one. We've done quite a lot of progress through this, and it's only going to get weirder and heavier as we go deeper into this place. But stay tuned for that, because, well, we like the drama, we like the tears. It's going to get real. But yeah, that did take a turn. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be live again on Friday with Roll for Story, where the guys are heading to the Clawed Coast to confront some dragons. And again on Sunday for Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut. And I think we're also resuming our schedule with Curse of Strahd, so tune in again next Monday and we'll have a double dipping of Roll for Story here. So thank you very much for watching. We'll sign off here. Bye-bye.
Very fun.
So